Vamos a hacer un poco Metal Gear Rising, va. Me sirve un rato para desestresarme de la derrota del torneo de hoy. Les cuento, perdí la primera ronda y en la ronda de esto. Pero por lo menos le gané un round en una de las peleas a gente de eSport. Porque ahí como era, les cuento, era un torneo dentro del rango de torneos del Tekken World Tour oficial. Les cuento, entonces eran... ¿Cómo se dice? Eran peleadores de eSports y todo eso. Y yo que soy una mierdita todavía en el mundo de Tekken, pues se imaginarán el resto. ¿Se me escucha bien o tengo que bajar un poco el volumen? No, creo que está bien. Esperen un segundo que lo pongo en mi Discord personal. Y vamos a jugar un poquito, a continuar la historia. Vamos a seguir un poquito la historia. Au. Ah, son dos encima. Ah, puedo bloquear partes si quiero. Eso está bueno. ¡Ay, Dios! ¡Rules of Nature! Turururu. Ay Dios, pasa que son dos ahora. Rules of Nature. Au. Ay, no, 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 no. Ah, fuck. Pasa que son dos, boludo. ¿Hay algún códec nuevo? A ver, voy a...
Could have done without that, Doc. He didn't need to know I was...
Well, there was my... It's not... It's however...
Ah, esto ya lo escuché.
Oh, you just... I saw it. Let's not... But it...
Sounds...
Oh, he's the only...
Yeah, giving the...
Indeed.
Con
Your
Wolf había
earlier
escuchado todo.
actions were reckless, Raiden. Not to mention the damage to a perfectly good car.
I knew the risks when I decided to go through with this. It's not
Rick, you are even.
a problem I see.
Ah, esto ya lo
I was
leí.
A
I would just
I understand.
copy.
Ay Dios, si ya uno me costaba, imagínate dos. Buenas, vos, bienvenido. ¡Ah! Si uno me costaba, imagínate dos. ¡No! Vale, uno. ¿Por qué no me permite los botones? Qué raro.
Cannot be.
Pero la puta madre, boludo.
You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Es que boludo, me cuesta uno, imagínate dos. Que si me cuesta uno, imagínate dos, ¿sabes? Falta chocomil. Ahí va, vamos, 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 vamos. Hijo de tu mamá. No, puto. Y solo queda uno. Ay, me dio justo. No. Ahí está. Uff, la puta. Dirigirse al punto de ruta indicado. A la mierda, sigilo, hombre.
Your route through Denver has been plotted based on data culled from various security systems. I took the liberty of adding a guidance device to your chassis to ensure you do not stray too far. Handy, eh?
Esta vez tardé menos, Y eran dos.
Maybe I can develop something interesting from it.
Esta vez tardé menos, Ok, por acá no puedo seguir más. Creo que por acá hay algo. Atención. A ver si puedo matar a los guardias desde... ya fue.
We intercepted call for backup during your last fight. The caller's position is on your Soliton radar. You can engage if you wish. It is your choice.
Vamos a hacer la secundaria. Vamos a hacer la secundaria.
Here comes more of them.
Au. Tenías ventaja por raiden mexicano. Lo puse por ustedes también, el raiden mexicano. Qué lástima, qué lástima que en una S, pero bueno. Bastante bien. ¡A romper todo! ¿Puedo romper el árbol? ¡Oh, por Dios! ¡Puedo romper el árbol! ¡Ta, ta, 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 ta! Que se puede romper todo, es genial, boludo. ¿Qué tal, Abby? Bienvenido. Ya lo sé, Wolf. Dame un segundo que quiero investigar, la concha de tu madre. A ver, ya sé, perrito cibernético. Ya lo sé. ¿Pero que hay algo más? No. No, no hay nada más. ¿O sí? Ah, bueno, sí, me olvidaba de este misil. Granada. Big feliz. Ay, 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 ay. Es que es genial, me encanta este juego. Es muy divertido. Oh, escaleras mecánicas que no funcionan. A ver. Voy a romper todo. Vamos a romper todo. Vamos a romper todo. Vamos a romper todo. Ahí. ¿Puedo saltar por acá? Ah, creo que ya sé cómo es para saltar por ahí. Porque eso tiene pinta de un secreto o algo. Ah, no había nada. ¿O sí? Ah, no, no hay nada nomás. Bueno. Pensé que había algo. No podés romper el vidrio. Decepción.
Raiden, what's your status?
They trashed my car. I'll have to go the rest of the way on foot.
Do you really have to do this?
Look, I'm fed up with all of it. Companies like ours, yours, bend the laws when it suits business. Why not bend it when it can save innocent lives?
Raiden.
Boris, listen to me. That VR training, they'll be warped into killing machines. They'll be set on POWs, civilians. It'll be one atrocity after another.
Like what you went through.
We can't have any more Jack the Rippers. You saw what happened with George. I'm doing this, Boris. I have to. I can't save those kids from becoming cyborgs, but I can stop them from becoming murderers.
Say you succeed. Say you get all the brains back. Then what?
Just so happens I know un great cybernetic surgeon.
Doctor. But he cannot.
You won't change my mind, Boris. This is my fight now.
And your wife and son? What of them?
They're in New Zealand. Safe. Rose would understand why I have to do this.
All right, damn you. You do realize Marshall has the contract for law enforcement throughout
¿Qué es una japonesa acá?
They are the law in Denver.
Yeah, we've met.
Well then. Officially, Maverick Incorporated condemns you and your actions as unlawful. And a pain in the asshole. Now, increase your codec encryption. Do not worry about the lag.
And unofficially?
I'll do all I can over the codec to help. I do not like what those Mudaki are doing any more than you.
Spasiba, товарищ. Spasiba.
Es pasiva. Es pasiva. ¿Qué es una tipa japonesa acá, ¿sabes?
Yes, товарищ.
Es otra tipa. Descubrí el secreto. Eran dos mujeres ahí. Qué loco. Ok. Primer easter egg. A ver, por ahí. Ya descubrí un easter egg. Por acá hay algo más. Ah, no. Oh, sí. Hay cosas por romper el escenario. Es que hay que romperlo todo en estos juegos. Hay que romperlo todo. A ver. Ahora, ¿alguien para hablar por codec? A ver.
Boris, I want to check how raising the codec encryption level affects transmission.
Copy. Reading you 5, Raiden. You?
Loud and clear. I'm seeing a reduction in peak power when sending. We're on a broader direct sequence spread spectrum?
Da. Frequency hopping pattern changed to blue 1.
Copy.
Interference still appears below process gain, too. Hell of a system. Worth every dollar. What is your processing load?
I pinged HQ data storage with my tactical data line. The increase in latency is below 5%.
Хорошо. In that case, it will not affect mission. Our system is just one notch below toughest security available. Denver police cannot see we are even transmitting at all. All our communication is perfectly safe.
Copy that.
Jesus, Raiden, this is a little over the top. I mean, I've seen you pull some shit before, but this,
You should know me better than that by now, Kev.
I thought I did. Look, I know there's no legal way to stop World Marshal, but there has got to be an alternative to going on a rampage smack dab in the center of Denver.
No alternatives, Kev. I'm getting those kids out.
Raiden, that VR training, it's like what you did in Liberia?
Judging by what Sundowner said in Mexico, yeah. That scientist called it the Sears program.
After ex-President George Sears, a.k.a. Solidus Snake.
Yep. Ironic that kid shares his name. Solidus trained child soldiers in Liberia while working as a CIA paramilitary.
Hostia,
It's
Solidus
not a
Snake.
happy memory. All the
Menuda.
drugs, the non-stop violence, it destroyed my sense of judgment completely. I was made to kill soldiers, POWs, civilians.
Raiden,
The next thing I know, Jack's back. I thought it was all in the past, but there I am, attacking a child.
you didn't have any other choice. Other kids would have died.
That's not the problem. I lost my cool back there. All I could do was think how much I wanted that guy dead.
A lot of us would have done the same.
Even if it meant killing George.
He's not dead, though. Actually, he really digs his new body.
Either way, I'm shutting this program down. Maybe they've got it better than me. They don't actually have to kill anyone in reality. But they're still going through the
Pobre
motions,
Raiden, boludo.
having it pumped straight into their senses, just like real life.
All right. Just give me a call if there's anything I can do.
Sure. Raiden out. Boris, you got anything for me?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Intel, advice, help. What we always do over the codec.
Well, yes, but in this case we had no official prep time. We have the map of Denver, but no briefing notes, no intel on enemy capabilities. I wish I could be of more help. But, well, I have nothing to work with. I'm sorry, Raiden.
That's all right. I know you're doing whatever you can.
But what about your robot dog friend? He's taking on scouting duty for you, yes? Why not try contacting him?
A eso voy.
Boris, you got anything for me? What do I mean?
Well, we have, but he's... Why
Quiero
not?
ver cada puto
So let me
codec.
get this straight. All law enforcement in Denver's been subcontracted out to World Marshal?
Pretty much. It's part of Colorado's small government initiative. When you're tasked with slashing a state's budget, privatizing the police force starts to make sense. Detroit was kind of the pioneer there. Armstrong spearheaded the idea, of course, back when he was still in the state senate.
No surprise. But the police force isn't all cyborg, is it?
Nah, no way anyone could get funding for that. Most of them are unmodified. New recruits or veterans from the old Denver PD. They handle most of the basic police work, like street patrols and investigations. Most cyborgs are part of the SWAT unit. They're sent out to handle riots, violent crimes, stuff like that.
Makes sense.
They're given separate roles in the force, too. Some specialize entirely in combat, others handle things like hostage negotiations. Some of the combat specialists are ex-US Army, but a lot of them are from overseas, too. A lot of them undergo the cyborg operation just to get a green card.
That kind of thing must go over great with the anti-immigration movement.
You know it. A lot of folks wanted a blanket ban on hiring immigrants for the police force. They get a bad rep for those helmets, too. Can't see their faces. They're required to keep their face guards up if they're not actively on a mission, though. Thing is, we're starting to see a wave of violent cyborg crime across America, you know? The way the police see it, they need more cyborgs on the force to deal with that.
Mhm.
Hope they have enough cyborgs to deal with me.
Oh. Oh, la frase de Raiden, chaval.
You dig up anything more on Jetstream, Sam?
Yeah, actually a bit. Still a lot of missing pieces.
I'll take what I can.
Right. Full name, Samuel Rodriguez. Born in Brazil, so I guess that'd be more like Samuel Rodriguez. He's actually not one of the Winds of
Español
Destruction.
10 de 10,
He's not even a Desperado employee.
Yeah. Didn't seem like your typical PMC to me.
His father ran a Brazilian Kenjutsu dojo.
Genjutsu. That's a school of Japanese swordplay.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Japanese immigrated to Brazil way back when. They brought martial arts with them. Those evolved and became their own offshoots. You've heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? It's their variation on Judo. Brazilian Kenjutsu's the same kind of thing. A different evolution of the old samurai sword skills. Bit of capoeira and some other stuff mixed in. Anyway, I did some digging. Apparently, the Rodriguez dojo was a big proponent of the Uridachi style.
Uridachi. A.K.A. Setsujinken. The murdering sword. Basically the polar opposite of my sword of justice.
Rodriguez Kenjutsu uses kicks, sword butts, even throws. Unpredictable and very deadly. Anyway, this is interesting. Sam's father was killed by one of his pupils. There were rumors one of the cartels was involved, but it's not clear how or why. After that, Sam disappears for a while, then comes back, kills the guy who killed his dad, and leaves Brazil. He travels the world for a while, taking odd jobs, bodyguard, cleaner for the mob, etc., etc. Made a big name for himself in the criminal underworld, especially in Central and South America. One story has Sam taking out a mafia hit squad, 10 men, all with assault rifles,
Verga.
using only his sword.
Not unheard of for a cyborg.
This was back in the early 2000s.
Come on. He did that without enhancements? And pre-SOP?
That's the story anyway. And he's a cyborg now, so he can only be stronger. Not to freak you out or anything.
I told you, Kev. I got a reading on his fighting style from last time. And my body's been upgraded. I'll be fine.
Yeah, no. I know you will be.
So there's one more of the Winds, right? Besides Sundowner and this trial.
Yeah, Monsoon. That is,
You could skip the part about the name. I know monsoons are seasonal winds in Asia.
the word actually refers to seasonal winds anywhere. But yeah, it's usually used to describe the winds that bring Southeast Asia most of its rain.
Safe to assume he's Asian,
La silla a veces se
right?
baja.
Yep. His roots are with the Cambodian organized crime syndicate. Not ex-military for
Voy a
a change.
escuchar todo,
He's fluent in Khmer, Chinese, and English. Rumored to have been involved in drug and human trafficking.
So what's he doing with a PMC?
Apparently, he converted to a cyborg body after being wounded in a gang shootout. I don't know the full story, though. Maybe he just decided PMC works better than the mob. The two worlds are closer than you might think. Boris has got a lot of ex-military buds that now work for the Russian mafia.
I guess either profession guarantees plenty of excitement, if that's your thing.
Monsoon's no ordinary street thug, though. That much is clear from his record. And he was a master with the Psy even before he became a cyborg.
You think he's in Denver?
Probably. given that Desperado and World Marshal are basically one and the same. Careful down there.
Hey, Kev. You have anything on that sword Sam was using? Didn't seem like your garden variety high-frequency blade.
It's not. It's a samurai sword. The real deal. 16th century make, handed down in his family ever since. Sam had it recast as a high-frequency blade. Doesn't say by who.
Is this something I need to worry about?
Maybe. You know the basics of sword making, right? The harder the metal, the better it cuts, but also the more brittle it is. So a sword's gotta be sturdy, but also just pliable enough to absorb shock without breaking.
Tal cual.
Walking that line, striking that balance, that's what makes sword crafting an art. Japanese swords fuse different types of iron, each with different amounts of carbon. Different levels of flexibility, in other words. So the blade can be tough and razor sharp.
Oof.
And that gets multiplied when the sword gets the HF treatment?
Yeah. Basically, the high-frequency upgrade sets the blade vibrating really, really fast, right? That vibration acts on the electron shells of atoms in the sword and the local electromagnetic field. When the EMF achieves resonance, the blade's bonding is strengthened. At a quantum level, it's like the entire sword is made up of the exact same particle type. It also disrupts any atoms it comes into contact with. Say, those that make up the target. Their electron clouds shrink from exposure to quantum decoherence at the Planck scale. In other words, it electrically severs the bonds that keep the target's atoms together.
You lost me around the EMF part.
And that's the dumbed-down explanation. To be honest, even I don't understand all the details. Point is, an HF upgrade is like an amplifier. It multiplies what's already there. So Sam's badass blade might give him the edge. I mean, you know what I mean.
The original sword was really that good?
Sounds like it. Says here it's a Murasama blade.
Murasama. Sounds familiar.
One of the top 10 best-known sword makers worldwide, easy. In Japan, he's
Muramasa.
legendary.
Hay un juego
They say
llamado
his
Muramasa.
swords thirst for blood. That they choose who will wield them. You know, that sort of thing.
Ooh, now I
Creo
really
que en
am
Monster
scared.
Hunter hay una katana tipo
I know,
Muramasa.
right?
Creo que en Monster Hunter había una katana tipo Muramasa. O sea, o que recuerda a Muramasa.
You okay, buddy? Looks like Wolf's posted some guidance data to your Soliton radar. Try following those markers.
I
Corny.
heard what happened, Raiden. I don't know if I can offer much help, but at least I'm still here to save your data, okay?
Thanks. If things get bad, go ahead and delete it.
If worse comes to worse, I'll do it. But we're on an encrypted line, so we should be okay. Did you want to save?
Venga, dale. Lo guardo.
By the way, what did Boris mean when he said those brains were for medical purposes?
They're not just spare parts. Legally, they have human rights. They just don't have bodies. They aren't covered under the Arms Trade Treaty. They can even be legally adopted.
Adopted? They're brains!
Not as the law sees it. These are street kids after all. Most of them have no ID or papers whatsoever. Local mobs gather these kids up, declare them for adoption, and then send them off to a U.S. medical facility for treatment.
So you're saying Desperado didn't actually buy those kids? Directly, at least?
They're not stupid, just evil. The basic idea is that the Mafia has these orphaned kids, and Desperado pulled their brains, right? Now they need treatment, so the Mafia sends them to the medical facility to get them new bodies.
A World Marshal medical facility.
One that only exists on paper. Once the brains cross the border, next stop is World Marshal HQ. The plan is to put them into factory bodies and assemble the cyborgs here in Denver.
Pretty convoluted process.
If there's a silver lining to all this, it's that the first brains only shipped a month ago. Doc confirmed that in the data he's collected. You can speed up the VR training process for AIs, but not with human beings. So it's likely none of the kids have completed training yet.
Thank God.
That training, though. Sorry. I should get back. We can talk later.
Bueno, ¿qué puedo decir? Resident Evil me enseñó a eso, a guardar todo el rato.
Raiden? Once you get those brains back, what are we gonna do with them?
I still gotta discuss that with Doc. He's still got the brains from Mexico, but the human rights group wouldn't take them in. It didn't sound like it was going too smoothly.
Yeah, that's what he told me too. I can understand the NGO's position, but these kids, they're completely helpless in all this.
I know. We don't have nearly enough cyborg bodies for all of them. And if we want to give them child-sized bodies, they'd have to be almost entirely custom-made. For now, Doc's sending virtual environment data to their brains, just like their VR training. At least that should help cut down on their stress levels.
Yeah, but that only works up to a point, doesn't it? Doc said he can't simulate realistic human interaction with the tech we have right now. They must be lonely.
And they know lonely. None of them had families. That, or they were abandoned by them. For some of them, the real world might not be a whole lot different.
You
know what my childhood was like. I'd take life in an empty room by myself over that any day.
Raiden.
It's a work in progress for sure. But Doc will work something out.
So, there's really no legal recourse to stop World Marshal here?
Yo le dije, voy a
We
escuchar
couldn't
todo.
leak that video of Armstrong or something?
Boris, Kevin, and I talked this over already. Not gonna work. The media would never show it.
Tal cual.
I guess not.
Tal
That's
cual.
why PMC started
Menudo
advertising
palo
so
la-
heavily all of a sudden, isn't it? So they could influence the media.
Yeah, PMCs don't have anything to sell to regular people, but that's not what those ads were for. It's a part of the aftermath of the Patriots' plan for manipulating the public. Restricting press access, allowing cross-ownership between media conglomerates. A media empire as iron-fisted as any other dictatorship.
¡Qué
So
buena
much for freedom of
frase!
speech, huh?
Yeah, the Patriots
Qué
are gone,
buena
but their
frase.
effect still lingers. It's just too good a scheme for the government to get rid of.
Alright, so we can't
¡Qué
go to the
buena
news.
frase!
How about uploading it to some video site?
It'd get buried in the noise. People fabricate videos all the time to discredit other groups and companies. But when it's bullshit the public wants to believe, then it spreads like wildfire. If they don't care, it doesn't get noticed, even when it's the truth.
Yeah. I guess videos aren't permissible as evidence in court either. Could the kids testify for
¡Qué
us?
buen
The
diálogo
only
este,
thing they know
boludo!
for sure is that they were tricked into coming
Sacás
here.
mucho de acá.
I doubt many have even heard the name World Marshal before. No one can prove anything. The money's all been laundered. The courts can't do a thing.
So you're doing it by force instead.
Yeah. I'm not trying to kill any employees, though. Working for a company like this one's a crime, whether you know it or not. But I'm only after two groups here. The guys in charge, and their contractors.
I hear you.
Beyond that, whatever it takes to unplug that VR program permanently.
¡Fua! ¡Qué buena frase! El imperio mediático puede ser tan malo como cualquier dictadura. ¡Fua! ¡Qué palo! ¡Qué palo! ¡Qué palo a los medios de comunicaciones! Que es verdad, siempre ocultan todo y se venden al mejor postor. Ya sea porque algunos... O sea, por ejemplo, en Argentina, ¿no? Tenés como 5 o 6 canales de televisión y cada uno tiene su ideología política y todos te van a vender la información como ellos quieren. Porque son vendidos a su ideología, por ejemplo. Entonces, de verdad. O sea, y después la gente hace videos y miente tanto y manipula información y todo que aunque uno tenga la verdad, no le van a creer porque ya se piensan que es mentira también. Pagan justo por pecadores por los idiotas que hacen mala información. ¡Fua! ¡Qué... Dios! ¡Qué... ¡Ah! ¡Qué buen diálogo! ¡Qué buen diálogo!
Raiden, can I ask you something?
Sure. What is it?
Just wondering, why'd you join Maverick in the first place?
Well, Boris and I go way back. Our first time working together was rescuing Sonny. That's Colonel Gurlukovich's granddaughter. He and Boris were good friends back in the USSR.
Right. The Patriots were holding her?
Yeah. I was mainly working with the PLA, but Boris was a huge help. His Russian military connections paid off big time. All his covert op experience, too. He wasn't working pro bono, of course, but he went above and beyond the call. The Patriots were a threat to everyone, not just America. He got that.
And when Paradise Lost disbanded, he formed a new outfit and got them all work.
Most of them, anyway. including me.
Did you ever consider another line of work? Something non-military, I mean?
I'm a cyborg, Courtney. What am I gonna do? Drive an ice cream truck? I can pass as normal from a distance, but up close, anyone can tell it's artificial skin. Good jobs aren't easy to come by these days, even for non-cyborgs. And I've got a family to feed. Besides, I've been fighting my whole life. It's just who I am.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
It's fine, Courtney. No worries.
¿Hay alguna
So,
más?
Courtney, you've heard my story. What about you? How
Me
you
encanta
end
cómo
up
son
in Maverick?
interminables los códex.
Me? Well, it's funny. I was a business major, actually. Thought I'd go for an MBA. When I was in school, there was a lot of talk about the widening gap between rich and poor. I figured I'd join the 1% and never have to worry about money again. Pretty noble, huh? Anyway, around then you started hearing all about this war economy stuff on the news. I was, I don't know, disgusted, I guess. Disillusioned, for sure.
And that changed your mind?
It wasn't just the war stuff that bothered me. It's everything it represented. How so much of what the First World enjoys comes at the expense of Third World people. The more I researched, the more I realized how bad things are. Underreported, too. After that, money wasn't such a priority anymore. I know how trite that sounds, but it's true. I wasn't naive, though. I knew living in some hippie commune or going Amish wouldn't change anything.
Volverme
So I
Amish.
started looking for a career where I felt I might actually have an impact.
You didn't worry about working at a PMC? Becoming part of the problem?
Well, I wasn't going to sign up with just anybody. But not all PMCs are bad, you know? Some of them, sure. They'll do anything for a buck, no questions asked. That's why someone has to stand up to them. Protect the innocent from those guys.
That's us in a nutshell. So you did your homework and found Maverick.
Honestly, it was more dumb luck than anything else. I had a friend who knew I was interested in this kind of work who was also friends with Kevin. They introduced us, we set up a meeting, and here I am.
That's right. I always forget you and Kev went to the same school. Huh. Definitely not your typical path to joining a PMC, that's for sure.
I really am here to fix the world. I know it's a cliche, but there it is.
Well, I for one am glad to hear it.
¿Tiene algo más, Courtney?
So how's it been since you joined Maverick, Courtney? About what you expected?
Not even close. I had no idea what I was signing up for. You deal in a lot of expensive weapons and equipment that can save people's lives. But at the same time, you can't just ignore the bottom line.
Sí, la parte
Catch yourself
negativa.
measuring lives in dollars and cents.
Yeah. The business side can get pretty messy.
Messy is right. But I won't just ignore it. I can't make informed decisions without confronting the ugly realities.
Not an easy burden to bear, Courtney.
Well, if it ever gets to be too much, I'll reconsider. But for now, I'm fine. I can handle it. What's up? No? Did you need anything else?
No, guess not. Just wanted to hear the sound of your voice.
Oh, save it for your wife, Raiden.
Ojito con engañar a tu esposa, Raiden. Ojito, ojito.
I trust you're not still upset, Raiden.
About telling George about me? Look, let's just drop it, okay?
Gladly. I'm just glad I was able to assist you in operating the cryopreserver anyway.
I know, Doc.
Not that it's so difficult. With that pipe, you simply immerse the organs in the artificial plasma inside.
Yeah? I wouldn't think it was so easy to keep organs alive. How's it work, anyway?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. It uses chilled nanomachine-infused artificial plasma. That suppresses the metabolism and regulates the oxygen intake of whatever is stored inside. The nanomachines are fully self-pumping. Once hemoglobin is detected in the local environment, they release a flow of plasma into the organ where the body's original plasma is still present. When George's body was inserted into the storage cabin, artificial blood, chilled nearly to freezing point, automatically flowed in at the points of amputation. This dropped the internal temperature of the parts from 36 to 10 degrees centigrade. The result? the effective suppression of all metabolic activity. The plasma was also fine-tuned to keep the SpO2 level inside the organs at 90% or above. The synergetic effect of all this allowed the brain to reach the regenerative treatment facility quickly, before any cell tissue was damaged at least. A most effective device, I must say. A micro gas turbine engine enables it to operate completely autonomously as a standalone unit. Would have been tough to lug over to the hospital otherwise.
Truly state-of-the-art indeed. I suspect it cost as much as a well-stocked emergency ambulance.
At the risk of speaking inappropriately, this group certainly knows how to use its budget.
Guess I should be glad these guys have got so much money to throw around.
Bueno, a ver qué tenéis para decir, doctor.
So how long can George use that medical body he's in right now?
Well, the body's full shelf life has yet to be proven, but with regular maintenance, I would imagine 10 years or more. However, this is also a child's model. It will need to be replaced as he grows mentally and emotionally. But things have come together pretty well overall.
Guess that's gonna be a problem, huh?
It will. Also, this is the only body of its type I could procure on such short notice. I'm afraid the other brains will have to make do with their VR environment for now.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel right that George gets the only body, though.
Well, it was you who implored I do something for him, no? I assumed prioritizing him was called for.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, Doc. It was a pretty stressful moment.
We will have many more brains to watch over before long, I fear. Something I don't entirely mind, I should note. The more research subjects I have, the better. Still, some sort of decision regarding their long-term care shall have to be made soon. It will be some time before we're able to monetize any of this research, after all. As much as I might like to, I can't run this lab on good intentions alone, you know.
Yeah. We need to come up with something, and soon, for all our sakes.
We should be able to mass-produce child bodies in very short order, at least. By the way, I have a helicopter crew on standby to bring the brains back here should the need arise. I, too, will be departing in a little while.
Much appreciated, Doc.
Consider it an angel investment. Who knows what sort of new business I may be soon pioneering here. How is your eye, Raiden?
Great. My sight's perfectly balanced between both eyes. I think my vision's improved, actually.
Quite right, quite right. Your eye patch houses an artificial compound eye unit. The unit contains over 200 million solid-state image sensors,
200 millones
each
de
with its own
imágenes.
individual lens.
200 megapixels, huh? Doesn't sound like all that much.
More than sufficient for the application. A human's optic nerve has only about 1 million fibers, you know. Were we to add more sensors, your perceived vision would not improve. There's only so much modern image compression technology can do.
Huh. So I shouldn't expect any more dramatic improvements to my eyesight?
No, your brain would no longer be able to process any more visual information in real time. Still, compared to previous ACEs, yours has 1.4 times the resolution and a superior compression algorithm.
It may only result in a slight perceived change, but it could wind up making the difference during a mission.
Regrettably, I have not had enough time to develop a new eyeball unit just yet. Thus, I have cut out the ability to deploy the ACE unit separately and simply installed it on a fixed eye patch.
Works for me. If I was using an eye unit, I wouldn't see any better than a regular human.
Ah, but remember, the human eye is so much more than a simple light receptor. They play a vital role in person-to-person communication. Sooner or later, you'd miss it.
Stuff like that's important for some tasks, sure. For this op, not so much. And with less moving parts, the lower the chance of something going wrong. Besides, I like it.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear this.
I can worry about how I look after I complete the mission.
Doctor, you have anything more on these cyborgs?
Only what we went over in your briefing, if you had been paying attention. Standard military-grade cyborgs. MCFC integrated carbon nanotube muscle fibers. Impressive response time and power yields when focused correctly. Most will likely possess extrasensory skills as well. Infrared vision is almost standard these days. They can function without breathing for short periods of time.
Okay. Nothing I didn't already know.
Not all cyborgs you face will be the same, of course. You may notice a range of different capabilities. It all depends on the manufacturer. muscle fiber and neurotransmission technology is advancing all the time. Of course, you have the very latest science has to offer. A typical cyborg is no match for your equipment.
If you do say so yourself.
No, I realize combat is about more than the equipment. Situational awareness, predictive ability, nerves. One must determine a course of attack or defense and execute on a moment's notice. Reaction time is key. Cyborg enhancements do not change that.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Hey Doc, I'm curious. Can I recharge off any cyborg? Even a non-military unit? Not that I ever would, of course.
A pedestrian cyborg? I very much doubt you will encounter any of those on this op. Besides...
Against the rules of engagement, I know. Like I said, just curious.
In theory, then. No, I would doubt very much that you could. Even from those that opted for complete body replacements due to injury or illness, you know. Though I have heard of some very wealthy clients who wanted to fight the effects of aging.
Doctor?
Ah, yes, your question. No, extracting MCFCs from pedestrian cyborgs is unlikely. Most non-military enhancements use polymer muscle fiber that is a generation behind yours. Carbon nanotube would be a bit much for anyone who wished to lead a normal life, you know. And polymer systems can be powered by rechargeable electric batteries. Organic muscle fiber, which allows extraction of nutrients from the bloodstream, does exist, but it requires artificial blood for sufficient power output. This so-called white blood requires regular dialysis and was mostly phased out once cyborg technology became mainstream. True, some use cultivated muscle tissue to take nourishment from the body's natural bloodstream. But such systems are more regenerative medicine than cyborg technology. I'm sure you'll agree. Of course, natural musculature or no, if the body is equipped with a ceramic bone structure...
Can't get energy from non-military cyborgs. Got it.
Well, one moment. I have more...
Thanks, Doc.
I am setting goal markers on your Soliton radar. Use them to follow me through this area.
Good boy.
I will ignore the condescension and take that.
So, how much do you know?
I was at the lowest possible tier of information disclosure. As it was explained to me, contract as a machine. I had no contract. My knowledge is...
Couldn't you hack into their network or something?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
It is...
Esto ya lo escuché de la otra vez. Doctor, ¿tiene algo más para decir?
So, as I was saying, there are many differences between pedestrian and military cyborgs.
You're still on about this.
Now, first and foremost, military cyborgs are
Déjala hablar,
generally full
Raiden.
body conversions.
You mean as opposed to partials?
Yes, as opposed to just grafting on an arm or leg where a myoelectric prosthesis would suffice. As I have said, for the general public, these full body replacements are quite rare. Quite rare. Only in cases of extreme injury or illness generally. Perhaps a few eccentrics who wish to live longer. In any case, most pedestrian cyborgs are no more than an artificial limb or two. We call these partials.
Doctor, I know. I just said that.
Partials enhancements are not designed to meet the rigors of military use. A pair of synthetic arms attached to an organic body cannot match the power of those on a full cyborg. Total body conversions also armor the entire soldier against stray ordnance and minor injury. This is why wounded contractors most often opt for the works rather than simply replacing the lost limb.
I hear it's why most of Maverick cyborgs had it done. Anyway.
Of course, there is the rather dramatic change in appearance to consider. Civilian life as a cyborg can be, well, complicated, as I'm sure you can attest. But for the field, man and metal, capability beyond the natural human body, it has a functional beauty.
Beauty or beast?
Bello bestia.
Both lie in the eye of the beholder, which brings us to the senses. Machine implants can also restore lost vision and hearing, and with added sensitivity, as you know. Such options have become standard in most military conversion packages, along with pain suppression and dampening less useful emotions, similar to how SOP operated.
Yeah, no matter how hard I'm hit, it doesn't really hurt.
Of course, everything has its limits. Do not let your high threshold for pain
¿Cómo
make
habla el
you
doctor, no?
reckless.
Understood. Doctor, about my pain threshold. It doesn't hurt exactly, but I can still feel it. It's not painful, but it's still pain. It's hard to explain.
Well, your nervous system is still fully intact, of course. It would be dangerous for you to be entirely unaware of your body taking damage. Instead, your nerves are controlled such that pain is no longer so unpleasant.
How do you mean?
Take epinephrine, for example, or adrenaline, as you might know it. This hormone makes it harder to feel pain, yes? Your implants work using a similar method. Yet, for all we now understand of the nature of pain, much of it remains a mystery.
How so?
Well, why do we feel pain? Evolutionarily speaking, of course, to signal external injury or internal sickness. If the body is threatened, pain notifies the brain so it can take steps to ensure survival. In other words, pain has a clear and logical purpose. But in certain cases, pain can drive more unconstructive behavior. In situations where fight and flight are both still options, one might simply break down crying or drop to the ground and begin writhing about. This would appear only to diminish one's chance of survival, not increase it, yes?
Maybe there's some other factor at play.
Well, the most common theory would link pain with the societal nature of humanity. If no friends are close by, then experiencing pain might indeed reduce your likelihood of survival. But if allies are near, these expressions of pain serve as a plea for help. Thus, you are more likely to live. Fear of
Tiene
pain might
sentido.
also discourage one
Dolor
from entering
como
a
un
dangerous situation
beneficiario
in the first
social.
place. Whatever the reasons, the data clearly shows that survival rates rise directly with sensitivity to pain. The converse is also proven. Those less able to feel or express pain have a lesser chance of survival. So, mankind has
Básicamente
evolved
Baldur
as a
en la era
social animal,
nórdica.
and in the process, pain has become more pronounced, more visceral.
A little pain never hurt anyone, huh? But if pain is there to ensure survival, well, what's that say about the future for us cyborgs?
As a transhumanist, I do not believe all evolution must follow the exact method Darwin posited. Cyborg technology is still survival of the fittest, after all. Just in a new form. You should be proud of what your body has become. It is the culmination of great achievements in science.
Me? I had nothing to do with it. The credit's all yours.
Well, yes. I should be proud as well.
Doctor, about my fuel cells, the electrolytes. Do all military cyborgs use the same type? I'm not gonna run across anyone, you know.
An excellent question. Your fuel cells, like any other, operate much in the same way as a typical battery. They do not need replacing after a single use, of course, and they do not require recharging.
Wow, ¿cuánto tiempo
They
llevamos
do,
de codex?
however, require a
No
fuel
se terminan
source.
más, boludo.
That much I know already.
Yes, there are several different types of fuel cells. Phosphoric acid, MCFC, molten carbonate like yours, solid oxide, and so forth. Each type can be further divided into classes, each which runs on its own electrolyte material. However, all current military cyborg MCFCs run on the same one electrolyte.
That's good news.
Why all the same electrolyte, you ask? The answer lies in the catalysts that help make up your carbon nanotube musculature. It was breakthroughs in researching these catalysts and CNT manufacturing that enabled large-scale production.
Breakthroughs that happened after all the data the Patriots were covering up finally leaked.
It could not have happened without your help, Raiden. Science owes you a great debt. And I do as well. Working on your body has been quite educational. Raiden, are you fully versed in the features of your AR display? It can serve many functions, you know.
Do I hear un lecture coming on?
A lecture? No, of course not. I'm hardly an expert. Of course, I know the first practical application of the technology was for aircraft HUDs. Then head-mounted displays, HMDs. The data could be seen even as the viewer moved their head. As the technology improved, it was integrated into retinal imaging, contact lenses. Soon it became standard issue not just for pilots, but infantry soldiers as well. Of course, with cyborgs such as yourself, the data can be fed directly to the optic nerve.
No lecture, huh? Anyway, there's more to my augmented reality than just upgraded HMD tech.
Of course there is, Dummkopf. You did not let me finish.
Oh, you weren't finished?
AR is a much broader concept. It is more a design concept than a particular imaging methodology. It encompasses HUDs, HMDs, any and all manner of visual real-time data overlay. Though recently, some reserve the AR label for virtual objects the subject can both see and touch. For example, your codec menu and zoom slider. Such objects do not exist anywhere in the real world, not even as images. They are fed directly to your optic nerve, so only you can see them. Yet, when you interact with them, sensory feedback is delivered to the nerves in your fingers. It gives you the sense of touching a thing.
Ahora sé cómo funciona el codec.
Beats lugging around a sat radio and giant scope, that's for sure.
Voy a seguir más tarde porque si no es que no jugamos más. Si no, no jugamos más, boludo. Au, puto. Really? Ahí va. Ah, casi. A ver, por acá. Encontré un enemigo oculto. Había un enemigo oculto en una caja. Ahí estamos. Bueno, un rango A no está tan mal. A ver. ¿Hay alguno más? De codex.
There is another school of thought on precisely what constitutes AR.
Seriously, more of this?
It defines AR as anything which obscures the boundary between reality
raiden
and
se
that
cansa.
experienced by the viewer.
Well, how would that be different from VR?
Well, for example, let's say that you and I are having a nice chat face to face. Suddenly, I disappear. Poof! And in my place appears a ravishing, nubile young woman. Is the girl the projected image or the reality? Perhaps I was the AR. How would you know?
The accent might be a clue.
Ah, such things can be controlled with a simple hack of your auditory nerves.
Well, that's comforting. So how is this different from VR again?
Well, I suppose, strictly speaking, it is rather similar. Both are a method for completely fooling the senses, rather than simply augmenting them. Although, technically it would be MR, mixed reality, since there are some real elements involved. Yes, of course, that would be the distinction and the correct term. In any case, the advance of MR technology leads to many interesting philosophical questions. What happens when appearances cease to have meaning? It is no longer see it to believe it, after all. It could make for a great advance in cyborg acceptance, you know. They could project a perfectly normal human body to be seen by anyone who can perceive MR.
I don't know. Sounds like it might cause more problems than it'd solve to me. Doc, what's your status?
I am reviewing the pre-flight checklist now. I have hired contractors to handle shipping the brain units. We should be airborne in just a few minutes.
You sure you can pilot that chopper by yourself?
Raiden, of course. Need I remind you that we live in the golden age of unmanned Even manned helicopters possess a robust semi-automatic mode. It is simple, really. So simple that I can continue to monitor your status and world marshal security from the pilot seat. I must say, for the world's largest PMC, their security procedures are quite poor. Quite poor. Sadly, I did not have the necessary permissions to override their plans. Nevertheless, the data I did find should prove most useful. So please, do feel free to contact me whenever you like.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Well, it's not every day one has the chance to collect so many brains. Think of the data, the research. Oh, and of course, your personal safety was a concern as well.
Aquí tenemos a un soldado acá. Ok. Recipiente.
HQ, we could use some support. Roger that. Sending back up.
¿Esta se volvió Horizon Zero Dawn y no me di cuenta? ¿Puedo dar rapaces? una mano. Cool. A ver, esconder. Esto se volvió Horizon Zero Dawn y no me di cuenta. A ver, por acá, una granada. Voy a buscar si hay cositas, que calculo que sí. Sí. Acá siempre hay cositas, granadas CM. Que no uso las granadas, pero bueno. Por ahí están. Nanomachines, más nanomachines. A ver. A ver. ¿Qué tiene para decir el doctor?
Quick question, Doc.
Yes, right.
Doc, those kids, how are they feeling?
Oh, after the chloroform, you mean? No need to be concerned. Thanks to your quick actions, the effects have already dissipated.
Good to hear. Why the hell were they using chloroform? I thought they stopped using it as an anesthetic ages ago.
Correct. Sevoflurane or isoflurane are the preferred inhalation anesthetics today. However, chloroform is still quite useful as an organic solvent.
Me imagino al pibe. Ay, ¡pum! Toma cloroformo.
It can be a bit dangerous.
It certainly turned out dangerous for him.
Yes. In any case, its properties
Me
make
lo
it
imagino al
useful for
pibe.
the
Toma
solvent
cloroformo.
applications. The chemical synthesis of medication, for example, or creating the coolant used in modern cryopreservers.
Fascinating.
Indeed. Well, Raiden, wonderful work. Had you waited any longer before breaking the glass, things might not have turned out as well as they did.
So you said it took 3 years to learn how to speak, right? Given enough time, could...
I cannot. A neuro AI is only capable. Thus, each neuro AI, my AI, can.
That's a big...
Relative, it would become its other, and I
Este
do
no
not.
es
Is it
por ahora
the
blo-
most demanded one of
Fail.
I am pleased.
La verdad que por ahora Wolf no tiene diálogos.
Hey, Doc, what can you tell me about the carbon nanotubes used in artificial... I know they're the real key behind the proliferation of cyborgs.
Well, a carbon nanotube, or CNT, is a sheet of carbon graphite formed like a tube. They range from 15 nanometers in diameter all the way down to under 1 nanometer. 1 nanometer, you recall, is 1/1 billionth of a meter. Quite small. As you've likely seen, the carbon atoms that make up the sheet are organized in a 6-point ring shape.
Sort of like a soccer ball.
Precisely. Such structures are known as Buckminster fullerene. CNTs have assorted properties, each with the potential to drive vast leaps in industrial technology. Consider, for example, that the conducting properties and resistance to strong currents far outclass copper. Furthermore, the atomic links in sp2 carbon are the strongest of all types of atoms. It is also quite elastic, making it ideal for bomb-proofing vehicles, buildings, and other structures.
Sounds like some kind of wonder material.
There have been numerous plans drawn up for orbital elevators in the past. The problem being that no material was strong enough to make them practical. CNTs make such dreams one step closer to reality. You can change their structures by using the right power voltage, and they can withstand temperatures between -190 and +1500 degrees centigrade. They feature a large surface area and an empty space within the tube. This allows for such things as fuel and catalysts to be stored inside. It's that particular trait which has enabled the development of fuel cell infused.
Dice muchas cosas
artificial
copadas con la
Straight
ciencia
out
de
of
este tipo.
sci-fi, huh?
Well, truth is stranger than fiction. Science fiction, even. Scientists are currently expanding upon all of CNT's uses. But it has taken a fair amount of time since their discovery for practical
El gato ya se
implementations
durmió.
to pop up. Historically, mass manufacture was deemed too difficult, the costs astronomical.
Practical manufacturing methods were established in the early 2010s, but the Patriots hushed that up.
Indeed. And now that it's out in the wild, We are finally well and truly in the carbon nanotube age.
Claro, porque si este juego se ambienta en 2015, sí, el Metal Gear Solid 4 se tiene que ambientar en 2009, 2010, sí, por ahí. Los únicos que jugué en mi vida fue al 1 y al 4.
What's up?
Vamos a guardarlo por las dudas.
Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
Right, how's the mechs? No headaches or anything?
No. Why do you ask?
You're in a high altitude zone, remember?
Oh, right. The Mile High City. Didn't think I'd have to worry about altitude sickness yet, though. You're checking my stats, right? Oxygen density's only 10% off normal. Body's still in the green.
Yeah, I'm watching. Just remember, it's definitely gonna feel a little different from sea level.
Copy. You know, I didn't realize how big Denver's gotten. It was never exactly small, I know, but it looks like it's really blown up these past few years.
It's a good place to live. The tech sector's booming, people are moving in, and unemployment's low too.
I always figured Colorado's more about military than anything else.
Originally, yeah. Denver, like Colorado in general, is filled with federal agencies and defense contractors.
And NORAD and Peterson Air Force Base are just a short drive away, right? Over in Colorado Springs.
And then there's all the nuclear facilities too.
Right. I remember hearing about the Rocky Flats plant.
Yeah, they manufactured the plutonium triggers that detonate nuclear bombs. It was shut down late last century for illegal pollution offenses. Of course, there's still a ton of military manufacturing activity going on in Colorado.
PMCs too, right?
Colorado.
Yep. PMCs like World Marshal. They've been on a buying frenzy, gobbling up a whole bunch of smaller outfits. That growth is what's enabled them to expand into the public sector. Their work in private policing has really boosted their profile.
I'm not necessarily against small government, but when you mix the public authority with private firms...
It never works out, yeah. This is probably obvious, but this police force is basically a full-on army. Don't go easy on them.
Don't intend to.
Claro, no te cortes.
Boris, you got anything for me?
What do you mean?
What do I mean?
Well, yes, we have the map of Denver, but no briefing notes, no intel on enemy capabilities. I wish I could be of more help, but, well, I have nothing to work with. I'm sorry, right?
That's all right. I know you're doing whatever you can.
But what about your robot he's taking out? Why not try?
Bueno, por ahora creo que ya vi bastantes códex, después los revisaré. Bien, por aquí hay una cajita. Nuevos. Au. ¿Cómo será el parry, no, en estos juegos? Au. Saca un montón este tipo. Bien, me recuperé vida por lo menos. Ok, tengo que averiguar sus patrones. Hay dos encima. Ahí tenés. ¡Qué combo! Cacho combo le hice ahí. Rango B. Los ataques no se pueden parrear sobre el sí, ok. Súbete al techo. Gracias, Adi. Pensé que se podían bloquear porque en algunos juegos es como el momento idóneo para bloquear. Pensé que era así. Me recaí como un fil. Acá tenía justo la cosa esta. Creo que tengo que ir por acá. Sí, punto de control. Ay no, quería ser sigiloso. Vaya, corre. Concha. Ya, mataron a un civil. Putos.
You cannot proceed any further via the rooftops. There is a freight railroad underground. The elevator ahead will take you to it.
Antes de seguir por acá, ¿hay algo? Sí, me estaba olvidando de esto. Nano Machines. A ver, acá. Por acá no hay nada, 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 por acá no hay nada. Por acá, esto ya lo agarré. Así que bueno, a seguir por el de esto entonces. ¿Alguien puede decirme algo?
Remember now, Raiden. Left hands. Recover as many as you can.
I got it, Doc. I got it. I'll bring back all the flash memory you can handle.
Holographic memory. It's very different from standard semiconductor memory, you know.
Yeah. But it's still solid-state storage, right?
Well, yes, but they are perhaps more different than they are similar. Holographic memory utilizes the same optical interference that holograms rely upon.
Right. That image is used to appear 3D.
Traditional media reads and writes bits on a two-dimensional surface in linear fashion. Holographic memory, however, does this in 3 dimensions, using light at different angles.
And that gives you what?
Speed. It can read over a gigabit of data in a second. And capacity. A 2-inch square cube of lithium niobate crystal can store 4 terabytes of data. It is also highly resilient
Una
against data
mierdita
loss
así puede
caused
tener
by
4
damage to any part of its
terabytes.
media. This is because the bit information is not localized, but
4
used as an
teras
optical diffractor
en una
across the medium.
mierdita.
For
Wow.
battle data, there is no better type of storage.
Beats having a hard drive clacking away inside your arm anyway.
Indeed. Spinning media. Hard to imagine we ever put up with such nonsense.
Wow, boludo. En un cubito 4 teras. Si yo ya con esto tengo solo 1 tera de espacio con esta cosa, imagínense un cubo con 4. Imagínense un cubo con 4. Eso en cualquier otro juego ya estarías muerto.
This must be the railroad.
It would appear so. Likely part of Denver's old system. This city was a major transport hub in the early years of freight trains. This particular line appears to have been abandoned some time ago. It was originally constructed to transport supplies to an underground factory. But now, it seems even the electrical system is no longer functioning.
Yeah, it's pitch black in here.
As a cyborg, I trust this is not a serious concern.
Claro, porque tengo esto. I have this. Está bueno esto, me hace acordar un poco el Republic Commando. Uff. Los orangutanes no, otra vez no, la concha de su madre, no, no, los orangutanes no. Los orangutanes, eso raro no, encima me lo ponen así ahora la puta. Los orangutanes
I
no.
still have not noticed you. Do not expose yourself.
Y sí, pará. El tema es cómo voy a pasar acá, boludo. vio? No. Creo que no me vio todavía. ¡No! Quería hacerle el ataque. Quería ver si le podía hacer el ataque cicloso como el otro, me recabió. Para. Listo, cagué, no. Ah, puta madre.
There is a maintenance shaft up ahead. Use it to return to the surface.
No, salí, puto. Ah, puto, salí. Quiero agarrar esa mierda. Ahí está. Ahorita que estoy lo tendré que matar, por lo menos es uno. Hay que romperlo. Dale. Salí, puto. Bien. Igual bastante bien el sigilo, porque si no me hubiesen venido como 30. Ya le agarré un poco el truco a estos putos. Ahí está.
Right. It would appear your only way forward is to return to the surface. You will exit into an evacuated commercial district. Security is heavy, but you need not worry about collateral damage when engaging the enemy.
About time. Finally, I can cut loose.
Proceed to the right from the exit. You will find a stairway on your right. Those stairs lead to a shortcut to World Marshal Headquarters. Do not be distracted by the advertisements. You are not here as a tourist.
Sure. I'll just buy a quick souvenir or two for Rose, and that'll be it.
Raiden, we must hurry.
Remind me to teach you about sarcasm sometime.
I understand your attempts at humor, I simply do not find them entertaining.
Entiendo tus intentos de sarcasmo, pero no los entiendo.
I am setting goal markers on your soul. Use them to... I will ignore the I am setting goal... Use them to follow me. I will ignore the
Right.
Right. You have almost reached World Marshal Headquarters.
Puta. Ahí va, uno menos.
It appears there are enemies on the overpass. I suggest cutting the road supports. That one should bring it down.
¿Puedo subir o hacer que baje el tipo? Ay, Dios. Ah, tardó un montón. Sí, me lo enseñaron en el principio del juego, pero se me olvidó. Una caja. Este coche no me gusta. Vamos a romperlo. Listo, ahora quedó descapotable. ¿Quién necesita el sigilo cuando son dos tontos y estoy mamadísimos? sacar a este tipo encima.
Head for the next objective marker.
Fortaleza más 1, me interesa. ¿Hay algo más? Sí. Hay mucha seguridad ahora. Hay mucha seguridad. Hay que tener cuidado. Bueno, ya fue. Sí, sí.
The stock LQ-84 Fenrir, unable to speak. A real dog has a far greater intellect.
Otro Blade Wolf, la concha de su madre. Un Blade Wolf malo ahora. Pues sí. Dale, vení, perrito. ¿Dónde estás, perrito? Dale, perrito, muéstrate. Ahí está. Au. Ah, este es diferente. Este solo pega tiritos. No es como el primer Blade Wolf. Dirigirse a la sede de War Marshal.
Isn't this all a bit much? Any decent lunatic would have went after Mexico.
Jetstream, Sam.
I heard you broke the land river in half. Old habits die hard, Jack. But now here you are, the Chinese soldier,
sword is a means to an end. To protect those you prey on.
Really? Let me ask you. All those cyborgs you've killed up to now, maybe they weren't kids, but they were people. You ever think about them? When you're chopping them into hamburger?
They're adults. They made their choice.
Sure they're adults. Sure they signed up for this. Right on the dotted line of their PMC contract. Usually they're no strangers to law. In fact, many times they already lost a limb or two. Many times they were out of work and starving on the street. So yes, they sign up for surgery to fight God knows where. How else would you provide for your family when your country's embroiled in civil war? Pain receptors shut down, pumped full of fear-inhibiting nanomachines and sent right into the blender? Your blender? But they made their choice, right? Open your eye and see, Raiden.
I've seen plenty.
Then listen. Those battlefield emotions that the nanos suppress. Listen to them.
What are you talking about?
Shh.
There he is! Kill him!
Can we take him?
What's wrong?
The way he killed all the others? Oh God. Please God, don't let me die.
Let's do this!
This isn't fair.
Little punk!
Listen closely now.
Die!
This life. I watched my wife and son die. This is all I had left.
You ain't shit!
Goddamn, I even chose my legs. I needed a job. Stop! I didn't know what I was signing up for.
Qué buena doble moral que plantea.
Is something the matter, Raiden?
Eso es verdad, también es como una crítica al jugador, que directamente estábamos matando sin saber que matábamos, porque el juego así lo demanda.
Stop it!
What am I even fighting for?
Acaba con los enemigos. Y ahora, después de esa cruda cinemática, te ponen a pelear. Haciéndote cuestionar si lo que estás haciendo ahora es moralmente correcto. Qué juegazo, Dios mío.
Raiden, are you injured?
I thought they had a choice. A fair choice. Not like you.
People are different.
As opposed to AIs? You're all the same, huh? You and your brothers. Manipulating mankind for our own good.
It appears my statement has upset you. I apologize.
No, it's... I know you're right.
As for AIs, we adapt as we learn. Just as any intellect operates, man or machine. Altering the course of mankind is not among my defined directives.
I guess that's a relief.
Samuel's behavior does not match established parameters.
You know him?
Affirmative. We served together on 3 previous missions. He proved most capable.
You think highly of him?
I have always found him dependable. Until now. Scouting data for the next area.
Wow, estas cosas morales lo hacen un Metal Gear, O sea,
Raiden, your current emotional state appears highly volatile. I am sure you do not intend to abort the mission, but I suggest you avoid combat for the time being.
Es que quiero hacer una parada acá para procesar la pedazo de cinemática que tenemos acá. Me encanta este juego porque, boludo, te está planteando todo el juego, es un giro de 180 grados constante, pero mal, de verdad. Samuel se lo dijo en la jeta, sí, estás protegiendo a los pibes, pero también a los que estás matando son personas que tienen sus problemas y tienen sus razones de supervivencia. Y después te das cuenta que los podés escuchar y están aterrados, porque claramente los va a matar alguien que no tiene por qué matarlos, porque ellos no tienen la culpa. Esos fueron integrados en un cyborg que después dice cosas, pero el pensamiento de las personas es otra. Y ahora me encanta que esté emocionalmente inestable, porque a cualquiera le destrozaría después de eso. O sea, tiene mucha coherencia. Entonces es brutal, es brutal. Por ahora brutal. Tengo que hacer un parón. Y a vos, gato, ya te doy de comer. Pero boludo, me está encantando. Ahí vengo. A los gatitos no se les rechaza nada. Los gatitos son gatitos. Hay que depender de los gatitos. Los futuros son los gatitos. El futuro son los gatitos. Bueno, entonces a seguir entonces. Pero bueno, quería hacer ese parón para ir reflexionando, porque el juego te tira tantos datos y tantas cosas a procesar que bueno. De hecho, a ver, ahora que estoy así, ¿puedo tener cosas?
Raiden, come in. What is wrong? You knew those cyborgs signed up for this. What's the problem with it now?
Don't you get it, Boris? I thought you of all people might understand. I thought you knew what it means to take a life, the weight of it. Not an easy thing to put into words. What about when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan? You killed dozens of guerrillas.
Duh, because Comrade Brezhnev told me to. Men don't like killing their own kin. Even animals are the same way. But when you really believe in someone or something, sometimes it is the only way. Your cause is just, Raiden. You must remember.
I'm trying, but... Christ. You're right. We've got to free those brains.
Yes. Stay strong, Raiden. Raiden, come in. You knew those cyborgs...
Don't you... I thought you... Not an easy... What about...
Duh, men don't... When your cause is...
I'm trying...
Yes.
Raiden? You okay?
Yeah. They knew what they signed up for. Maybe life backed them into a corner, but they knew the risks.
Exactly. A contractor's always balancing those risks against the money he's making. Those cops are no different.
That. And they're actively helping Sundowner and Armstrong with all their shit. Having a bit of regret doesn't make killing kids okay.
Yeah. They had to know they were working for the bad guys. Even if they didn't, it doesn't absolve them of all their crimes.
Yeah. I know, Kev, but...
Raiden?
I don't have time to think about this right now. I need to get back to the mission.
Roger that. Raiden?
Yeah, maybe...
Exactly. Those cops...
That. Having...
Yeah, even...
Yeah.
Raiden?
Quiero
Roger
ver si hay
that.
más.
Raiden, are you okay? Sam sure plays dirty.
No, he's right. The cyborgs who signed on with Desperado and World Marshal, most of them had no other choice. No one put a gun to their heads, but they were screwed to begin with. Their contracts worked completely against them.
Still...
I knew all that, but hearing those voices, it hit me hard. I guess I was just kidding myself the whole time.
Still, there's nothing you could have done for them. But...
A ver, vení, gato.
children...
I'll get them back.
Raiden, I just wish I could do more from here.
It's all right, Courtney. Sometimes just having someone to talk to is good enough.
I'm happy to help.
Estás gordo,
I
gato.
should probably save your data. All right, save complete. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, riding out.
El gato quiere cariñitos. Se volvió muy dependiente este gato. Bueno, ¿quién lo culpa? Es bonito.
Doc, what did Sam do to them?
Well, many cyborg soldiers' emotions are regulated by nanomachine-controlled drug doses and electric stimuli. It sustains the subject's confidence while suppressing fear, anxiety, any emotions detrimental to mission performance, really. I suspect that Desperado also uses it to boost the aggressiveness of their employees. Once, SOP nanomachines were used to control all PMC contractors, not just cyborgs in this way. These days, you can control cyborgs with far more accuracy than ever before. You are connecting directly to their central nervous and control systems.
Tengo el gatito acá al lado.
I know all of that, but how could I hear it?
Emotions can be suppressed in part purely by chemical interaction. This is done by administering dopamine, using beta blockers, cutting off the reabsorption of serotonin. However, emotions are one way in which the brain reacts to the impulses sent from the nervous system. These impulses come in many forms. For example, external information from visual and oral sensors, or input from the somatosensory system and from one's own consciousness. The changes in intraneural balance, the innervation potential, and consciousness that result, these things are what we generally refer to as emotion. In recent years, it has become possible to even alter one's consciousness via the right electrical stimuli. However, retaining full balance with this method still proves difficult. The latest research I've seen has been most enlightening. A suppressed set of emotions creates a closed feedback loop within the subject's consciousness. The cut-off consciousness generates its own emotion on some level, based on...
The cut-off consciousness?
Well, in an intense combat situation, have you ever felt as if what you are experiencing wasn't real? That you are viewing your own actions from some external vantage point?
Yeah, that does happen sometimes.
Most likely, the sensation is rather close to that. The consciousness is inherently separate from the decision-making parts of the brain. Experiments using functional MRI imaging have revealed much about the decision-making process. For example, did you know that the brain has already come to a conclusion 7 seconds before the decision is consciously made? In any case, while attending the Tucson conference, I heard about the most fascinating experiment. Output from the consciousness was separated from that produced by the decision-making brain. If I had to guess, World Marshal has taken such research and put it into full practical use.
That's crazy. What could it possibly be good for?
Well, judging by your current state, I'd say it has proven to be quite a useful psychological weapon.
Well,
scientists do not engage, they are curious. They want to know more, whether about the brain or elemental particles or any other thing. Locating funding for pure science projects is challenging, no doubt.
Right. You appear to be suffering significant mental and emotional confusion. On the surface, you believe your cause for killing cyborgs is just. But deep inside, some part of you does not accept it. Some part of you does not truly believe in your sword of justice. It has lowered your effectiveness in the field.
I know. But if I just throw all that away, I'll...
Do you wish to abort the mission?
No. I'm the only hope those kids have got.
You have an important decision to make, Raiden. And soon. For now, it would be best if you avoided combat altogether.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Bueno. Vamos por acá con el gatito al lado. Si quiere estar acá, no soy quien para decirle que no. Se me fue un segundo control. Ahí está. Tengo que ir con full stealth ahora. Ahí está, se me había desconectado el control. No. Y pero cómo les mato si no puedo moverme. Ah, es para matar acá.
Is your cause just? Or is that just what you tell yourself? Fuck you.
Ah, tenía que hacerlo mal a propósito.
You are to chop away, Jack the Ripper. My name is Monsoon, of the Winds of Destruction.
Monsoon.
Yeah, I guessed as much.
Nanometales.
Feasting on the insides of your enemies? How easily you ignore the loss of life when it suits your convenience. So tell me, who saves the weak from the man who saves the weak?
You're the ones exploiting them. You take advantage of their weakness.
Bueno, gato, va siendo hora de que salgas un rato.
Of course they get hurt when you set them up as your human shield.
Kill or be killed, Jack.
Pero gato, no me dejas agarrar bien el control. Bueno.
Yes, you aren't the only one to grow up with the killer. War is a cruel parent, but an effective teacher. Its final lesson is carved deep in my sight. That this world and all its people are diseased. Free will is a myth. Religion is a joke. It's controlled by something greater. Memes. The DNA of the soul. They are the culture. They are everything we pass on. Expose
Los
someone
memes.
long enough. Hate. They become a carrier. Envy, greed, despair, wounds. That's how about foolish shit. Is that a meme? You can't fight nature, Jack. Wind blows, rain falls, and the strong prey upon the weak.
Ahí está. Perdón, gato, se quería ir.
Something that saves lives. A means of justice. Now there's a pretty meme. Exquisite. It spared you the burden of all the lives you've taken. Absolved you of guilt when you enjoyed it. That is until the illusion was broken. Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. You have no choices to make, nothing to answer for. You can die with a clear conscience.
You're right. About me, I mean. I knew something was off. After the Patriots, I thought I could walk off the battlefield and into a normal life. But here I am, surrounded by death, arguing philosophy with terrorists. I told myself this was about justice, about protecting the weak, but I was wrong.
Then you admit it.
I learned young that killing your enemies felt good. Really good. In America, my friends, my family, they helped me forget the devil inside. But who am I kidding? I was born to kill! The bit about my sword, that means of justice stuff, I guess I needed something to keep the Ripper in check when I was knee-deep in bodies.
You?
But you, all this, is a wake-up call to what I really believe. What I really am.
What are you saying?
I'm saying Jack is back. Doctor, turn off my pain inhibitors.
What? This is madness. You
do it!
All right.
Básicamente es Dante, boludo.
This is why I fight. This is my normal. My nature.
You've lost your mind.
Rules of nature. No, mentira. Qué buena. Totalmente desatado el Raiden. Totalmente desatado.
Who's next?
I'll take this dance. No, Sam. Report back to the chief. He's mine. You're the boss. I misjudged you. You are like us after all.
Now you're just being nasty. That nickname you love so much. Want to know how I got it? Actually, why don't I give you a demonstration?
La naturaleza de Raiden se
I think it's
desató.
time for Jack to let her rip.
Blade. La canción es tremenda. No. Hostia. Au. Wow. Tengo que hacer maestro en parry. Wow. Hijo de tu mamá. Que no sé con qué botón se hace.
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Wow, que no sé cómo hacer el parry, boludo. Ah, es con el E1. Ah, no, pues con el E2. Ah, que no sé el botón. Ah, este es el momento justo. Wow, boludo, me va a costar un huevo. Me parece hace con el golpe débil atacando en la dirección de donde viene el ataque. Ah, ok. Ah, ok. Ah, puta madre. Ok, ya lo voy entendiendo. Gracias, Javi. Pero parry todo el rato por lo que veo. Ok, va a ser un aprendizaje bastante difícil, pero va a haber que hacerlo.
This cannot be! Raiden, what happened? You are supposed to be stronger than this!
Chupala, Boris.
Fear the unseen much, Jack? Give it up!
Ah, puta. Puta madre. Ahí da. Ah, fuck. Ok, pero ya lo voy entendiendo, ya lo voy entendiendo.
Raiden? No. No.
Raiden, ya sé. Puta madre, el control. Ah, qué puto. me falta mucho Forrest que aprender. Bien. Segunda fase.
This one's on me!
Ahora es bug de One Piece, boludo. No, puto. Ay.
Welcome to my utopia of death! Magnetic force, Dad! Nature!
Ay, qué puta. puto. Ahí va. Ahora va a costar esta mierda. Boludo, es Psycho Mantis. Ah, lo tengo que esquivar, ¿no? La parte vocal. Oh, qué canción, boludo. Puta madre, déjame tirarte la mierda. Pero puta madre. Me gasté casi todas las raciones que no me gasté nunca hoy. Ah, puto. No, si la canción es buenísima, boludo. Ah, puto. Ah, puto. Ah, acá. Está. Puto. Ahora es más difícil saber de dónde viene. Ahí va. Die, you fucking bastard. Dios, las músicas son geniales, boludo. ¡Ay, puta madre! ¡Ah! Granada IM. Tengo miedo de puro tech. Es el obelisco de Argentina, boludo. No, fallé justo la cinemática. Toma. Hice muy buena pelea, pero te voy a descuartizar.
Don't be ashamed. It's only nature running its course. Your means end here.
No, I passed one. To you. Sure as the sun will rise. The slaughter will continue. Now, I return to the earth. Wind blows. Rain falls. The strong prey on the weak. All is as it should be.
Bueno.
Raiden?
I'm fine, Kevin. Relax. I'll get the brains. I don't want this for anyone else.
All right, man.
Later.
Ah, las ruedas. Ya las esquivaba y listo. Distopia, side táctico. Pues ya cuerpo de Raiden, a ver. ¿Desbloquea algo nuevo? Cuerpo original. Este es el de Metal Gear Solid 4. Grey Fox del 1. A ver, arma única. Ah, puedo mejorar esta. Aunque puedo usar esta. Daga 6 propulsada por la fuerza de Loren. Según la regla de la mano derecha de Fleming para los motores, esta fuerza es generada por un campo magnético Generado por el poseedor del cuerpo cyborg y por la corriente eléctrica producida por el SAI. Se adiciona luego de analizar la información de batalla de Monzón. Podría probar el SAI. Si no, de última después me pongo la alabarda de nuevo. Lo que sí, le voy a comprar la fuerza a la alabarda. Vida. ¿Qué tal, JG? Bienvenido. ¿Cómo va? Fortaleza 3. ¡Ah! Para la próxima. Celda de energía. Combos, ¿qué tengo? A ver, combos. Pues todo bien, la verdad. Jugando un ratito al Metal Gear. Ah, no puedo comprar nada. Bueno. No puedo. Voy a probar el SAI de Monsoon.
You killed Monsoon. I'm impressed. The brains are in the server room undergoing training. Knock yourself out. Go nuts.
I'm sorry, sir. Our business hours for the day have ended. We are looking forward to your next visit.
Chao, personal. Adiós al personal.
Watch out! They keep on coming.
Ah, estos son nuevos. Ah, me gusta el arma de Monsoon. Modo de destripar, R. Déjame en paz. Ay, la X y la X. Me gusta lo que estoy jugando. El modo de tripar está muy bueno, El modo de tripar está muy bueno.
Raiden, Sundowner contacted you from the top floor. Time to make your way up there.
Dirigiendo en su último piso de la sede. Bueno. A irme con Sundowner. Agarra todo. Misión realidad virtual 13. Oh, por Dios. ¡Puedo romper todo! ¡Puedo romper todo! ¡Mira! Yo ya duermo acá. Pues muchas gracias por haber estado, Abby, la verdad. Yo creo que voy a llegar hasta Sundowner y también lo voy a dejar. Así también duermo algo. Pero no sé, por lo menos Monzón me encantó. La verdad, la pelea te obliga a aprenderte muchos patrones. Y está genial.
I will access the control unit. Perhaps you can hack an elevator and make it operational.
Ooh, splendid idea. By all means, yes. It seems the guards are storming the building. Raiden, get back to the entrance. Buy me some time to get this elevator operational.
Do not stray too far from the elevators, Raiden. Use the weapons around you to slow them down. Throw everything at them you can.
Pues si lo puedo matar a todos, mejor, la verdad. Me encanta porque puedo ir directamente hacia ellos. Ah, igual no puedo seguir más, así que...
Enough with the guards. Just get in the elevator. For security purposes, the building is divided into upper and lower halves. The lower area consists of offices and meeting space for staff and visitors.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, Abby.
Military projects and technical research
Seguiré
are
practicando
restricted to
entonces.
the upper levels.
So that's where the brains in the server room will be, up top.
Indeed. But that elevator can only access the lower floors. You need to get to the 20th floor and pass the security gates there to reach the upper area.
Let me guess. Time to find another left hand?
Well, that is the problem. Security cyborgs would not have sufficient clearance. But managers and senior staff have already been evacuated, no doubt.
So...
The only option is to cut the power to the security gate, which will not be easy. It is powered by no less than 3 systems, including a backup power supply. You will need to destroy all of the electrical control panels to disable them. In any case, you should arrive at the 20th floor soon.
Qué loco.
The electrical panels are most likely hidden in the walls. Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there.
A ver si lo puedo hacer un poco con sigilo.
Ah, the security gate. It is composed of steel alloy bonded by a high-frequency electrical current. It should unlock once the power has been cut.
Ay, no quería usar eso, la puta madre.
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use that. They found you. No choice now.
Puta madre. One down, two to go. Keep at it, Raiden. An electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate it. A ver, hay que buscar.
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate it. Excellent! Just one more!
They keep on coming!
Puta madre. No.
Come on, buddy, answer me. Raiden? Raiden!
La concha de la lora.
The electrical panels are most likely hidden in the walls. Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there. Ah, the security gate. It is composed of steel alloy bonded by a high-frequency electrical current. It should unlock once the power has been cut.
De a poquito, a ver.
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use it.
They found you! No choice now!
Ahí está.
Use your enhanced AR to search for any unusual heat sources inside the walls there. Good. 1 down, 2 to go. Keep at it, Raiden.
A ver, vamos a buscar. Caja de cartón.
There should be an electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate it. Excellent. Just one more.
They keep on coming.
Falta uno. Por acá ya lo revisé. No, hay que seguir este de
There
acá.
should be an electrical panel nearby. Use your enhanced AR to locate it. Yes, that should take care of security. Now, head back to the gate.
Enemy sighted!
Ahí está. Tuve que usar un poco de ración porque si no, estos putos me cuestan, ¿eh? Ahí va.
Raiden, shall I activate your pain inhibitors now?
No, keep them off. I need it this way.
Well, as you wish. I must say, I have turned more than a few men into cyborgs, but you, well, your past is most,
What you getting at, Doc? Most of the time, you're working with First World ex-military. Grown men. Compared to the average Third World child soldier, I can't really complain. Most of them, they're the sort of guerrillas your typical patient gets paid to slaughter.
perhaps, but,
This shouldn't be news to you, Doc.
Yes, but,
Look, just help me take care of those brains after I bring him back. I do my business, you do yours.
Yes.
Uf. Se está poniendo un poquito salvaje, pero porque ya le salió el Jack Ripper de adentro. Pero ya dejando las coñas, ya hay una evolución del personaje, ya se toma un poquito mejor, más serio las cosas, algo así.
Yeah?
You caught all that. Guess I was Jack the Ripper all along. All that talk about justice. And here I am. Just another killer.
Raiden.
Listen, I want you off this mission. You don't have to go through this. Kev or Doc can handle saving for me.
Raiden, I don't want...
It's my responsibility to stop them before they make another Jack. It's my duty. No one else's. That's the way it is. Live by the battlefield, die by the battlefield.
Raiden, listen.
Courtney, this isn't the place for you. Keep working with me, and you're gonna wind up someplace dark.
I'm fine with that.
What?
They're kidnapping kids. They're ripping their bodies, tearing up their souls to make soldiers. I feel like they have to pay for this. If I just quit here, how would I live with myself?
Courtney.
I mean, maybe I'd be happier going back to school, getting my MBA, making 6 figures. But now I know. I've seen the truth. And I can't just forget it. Maybe I can't do what you can, but come on. At least I can handle your data. So do you want to save or not?
Sí, Courtney.
All right, we're set.
You're sure about this?
Positive. Look, you know you aren't Jack the Ripper. I mean, sure, you don't exactly hate every minute of your job out there, but the Raiden I'm talking to right now, he's the same one I've always known. The one who'd put his life on the line to protect the innocent. Not just some maniac with a knife.
Who knows? Maybe I'm just out for revenge against everyone who made me this way.
It's more than that, Raiden. That much I know.
In any case, I'm going to stop this VR training.
All right. Good luck, Raiden.
Ever eaten Cambodian, Courtney?
What? That's a little random.
Apparently that's where Monsoon's from, originally. Just trying to cover all the bases.
Not sure how this could be important, but... Well, the 2 Cambodian dishes I know best are amok and something called pong ti con. Amok is fish covered in coconut milk and other flavorings and wrapped in banana leaves. I had it once. It's really exotic, both in looks and taste. Definitely recommended, if you like fish.
And the other?
Pong ti con? It's also known as balut in some countries. It's pretty popular in Vietnam and the Philippines, too. Well, you know how I try to keep an open mind about other countries' cuisine. But balut is definitely a love-hate thing.
So, what is it?
Well, it's basically a boiled duck's egg. But the embryo's fertilized, so there's this duck-like thing inside. I've tried a lot of odd foods in my time, but that's where I drew the line.
Don't be so picky, Courtney. Maybe it tastes better than it looks.
Okay. How about you try it first, then?
Sure. Once I'm done here, we'll all have to go out for it together.
Deal. You better make it back and keep that promise, Raiden. I'll watch you eat it, at least.
Wimp. I am looking forward to ending this, though. Wouldn't mind getting my old jaw back. Would be a little hard to eat normal food without it, you know.
You could always use a straw. What's up? Okay, save complete. Don't let your guard down, okay?
How's it going with the brain units, Doc? Any problems?
Oh, they could not be better. They're being kept at exactly 36 degrees Celsius with a steady, uninterrupted supply of oxygen and glucose. Synchronizing them with our equipment posed some difficulty, but everything's perfectly stable now.
That's good to hear. What kind of VR are they getting?
I prepared very comfortable rooms for each and every one. It's not quite Schloss Neuschwanstein, but each one enjoys the equivalent of a 4-star hotel suite. Every room includes an attached pool and an extensive library of on-demand video programming. 3 meals are delivered daily, and while we're only able to do so much vis-a-vis taste sensation, it should satisfy the psychological need for food, at least.
Doesn't sound too bad. I wouldn't mind a little VR training like that for a change.
Oh, be my guest. I'd like to experience it for myself, you know. But for now, it is available to cyborgs only. Exciting work is being done in the realm of invasive brain-machine interfaces. But there simply isn't much demand for it at the moment.
I guess not too many folks are willing to stick electrodes in their brains just for a taste of VR.
Perhaps, but the sense of reality is considerably improved over nanomachine-based non-invasive methods. If prices were kept low enough, I imagine the video game industry at least would clamor for it.
Who coded the virtual hotel?
An assistant. He used to write VR
Pero
programs,
dijeron el VR.
but now specializes in cyborg software. A bit of a niche right now, yes, but when brain-machine interfaces take off, it will be a big business.
Pero dijeron el
The
VR
children's
estos
accommodation is a
tipos.
reworked version of the original beta software he built. The room's 3D models are all made using free libraries. It couldn't have been easier.
I wish everyone loved their work as much as you do, Doc. They don't go stir-crazy, though? Cooped up in their rooms?
There's little I can do about that. Creating an open world would take orders of magnitude more resources.
What about communication?
Another weak spot, yes. The NPCs available to us are all for military training purposes. It will be some time until we see VR characters capable of convincingly human interaction. Sadly, we're also not yet able to connect multiple brains to a single VR space. My assistants are operating virtual agents to give them a bare minimum of mental care. But our team is limited in size, and none of us are medical professionals, you know.
They can't stay in there forever. Can you tell me more about the learning program you like, how'd you learn to speak?
Through an extensive battery to acquire literacy, I was provided a steady I understand it was largely...
You're pretty well spoken for it.
For the first year, with digital data, there is no need to read.
And that's pretty
Yes. It is not simply a matter...
What did you talk with your teachers about?
Miscellaneous matters. Breakfast table greetings, the structure of elementary particles, the challenges resulting from rapid globalization, recent trends in popular music. However, as DARPA-funded military research, I was rarely treated as
DARPA.
anything more than equipment.
Makes sense. You were made to be a weapon.
On the other hand, some of them treated me like a pet or as a child.
DARPA es una de las
Just as
empresas
a
de Metal
parent
Gear Solid
passes on
1.
their memes to a child, so I was exposed to numerous influences. Memes I encountered on the web and through ebooks had their effects as well. As my mind grew, the weaker memes were sifted out, and the stronger ones endured. The resulting collection of memes is what you would call my intelligence.
Same as any of us, huh?
In a way, yes. However, I lack the instinctual skills your genes grant you. I am a slave to my memes. Thus, as my intelligence matured, I began to have doubts about my role as a weapon.
And that's what ended the project. What about the researchers that raised you?
Unknown. Most likely transferred to other projects.
Ever feel like you want to see them again?
Sometimes, yes. But one cannot remain a student forever. There comes a time one must become an individual. One must find their own place in this world.
Tal cual.
Can you tell me more about the learning program you like, how'd you learn to speak?
Through an extensive battery to acquire. I understand it was largely
You're pretty
for the with
and that
yes.
What did you
Miscellaneous, however,
makes
on just me as my
same
in a way
Ah,
does.
ya está, ya
Unknown.
no.
ever
Se
There comes
repitió.
What do you think about what Monsoon said earlier about memes? You think we're all doomed to follow some coded-in routine? That there's no free will?
Well, you're always going to have restraints based on what culture you're born into. The concept of memes was first proposed by Richard Dawkins in a book called The Selfish Gene. Dawkins, a biologist, stated that even if the actions of a living thing appear to be altruistic, each of its genes is still engaging in selfish behavior, purely as a matter of survival.
Yeah, I heard about that.
He went on to define memes as a different kind of self-replicating unit. They're the genes of a culture, from fashion to chord progressions in music, even political expression. And just like normal genes, they replicate. They grow, infecting more and more people.
You buy a shirt you like and put it on. Other people see you wearing it, then buy it for themselves.
Yeah, the genes of a culture makes it all sound pretty lofty. But the way Dawkins puts it, memes can also transmit worthless things, even the bad parts of a culture. Fashion's one thing, but value-related memes can put huge restraints on people's lives. For example, the idea that having lots of money is the ultimate goal, the thing we should all strive for.
Like in the US.
Any capitalist country, really. But anyway, you catch this money worship meme, then not only are you trying to get rich, you're also spreading that idea to other people. You have to. If that meme isn't the cultural norm, then what are you working for?
So you start spreading the word about how important it is to succeed, earn status.
Right. And the really contagious memes can be even worse. For example, revenge. A guy sees his countrymen killed by terrorism, so he becomes a terrorist and retaliates. It's an infinite loop.
I think it's the same thing with child soldiers. Kids' parents are killed by other kids, so they join the war next and start killing other people's parents. There's gotta be a way to break the cycle, though.
Dawkins wrote about that, too. How we can rebel against our genes and memes. Once you're aware of your own memes, you can train yourself to identify and replicate the good ones.
And kill the bad ones.
Right.
Well, that starts with me stopping this VR shit. The Sears program's one hell of a bad meme machine.
Fua. Cómo te explican los memes de una manera más realista y filosófica y de todo, Me encanta este juego.
Happy, Boris? They're all dead. No mercy. Just like you wanted.
Raiden.
So much for all that shit I said I believed in. I read that only 1 in 50 soldiers can kill with zero hesitation. Guess I'm a 2%er, huh? I know what they went through, yeah. But I sure as hell didn't let it stop me.
No, I guess not.
Regular guys, they couldn't handle it. All the blood and body parts, the fear in dying eyes. Me, though, I like it. A lot. No hesitation. No regrets. Maybe it's in my blood. Maybe it's the Sears program. Probably both. The younger you learn a thing, the better you retain it, you know? I remember Liberia like it was yesterday. All the abuse. The threats at gunpoint. Next thing I know, I'm getting off on cutting guys to shreds.
Raiden.
But afterwards it was tough. Especially once I got to the US. I got counseling and education. But every time I talked with someone normal, I felt like all the killing I'd done was gonna crush me. And it didn't stop. Not in my dreams, anyway. I'd hear voices at night, calling out all my crimes, but I couldn't shut them out. The rest of my crew adapted to American life well enough, but I never could.
And it returns only now. Raiden, I'm sorry about earlier. I was too hard on you.
Nah, I'd be dead without you. I'd still be in Liberia, surrounded by crazy.
I've always known you have a dark part in your mind. Perhaps I should not have hired you at all. Perhaps you should not be near battlefield.
The hell with that. If I hadn't signed up, I wouldn't be here to help put an end to this. I gotta do what I can to stop that VR training. I'm not the only one suffering. I need to do this for my old friends. The boys back in Liberia who didn't survive. I survived all the killing, thrived on it, but the experience destroyed them.
Duh.
Sorry. I better get moving.
Wow. Cómo le está saliendo todo lo reprimido. Esto, desde la psicología que estoy estudiando, psicología social, podría interpretarlo como que es la parte del inconsciente de Jack que nunca salía y ahora salió. O sea, que lo reprimió toda su vida, lo reprimió porque, como dice, primero esto que hace de matar y regodearse y disfrutar las matanzas es básicamente algo para evadirse de su realidad interna y del inconsciente, que en el inconsciente después, cuando actúa con remordimiento y le hace recordar que todo eso fue malo y entonces ahí se queda mal. Porque claro, lo disfrutas en el momento, pero después cuando empezás a pensar, tenés todo lo que hiciste, todo lo que escuchaste y tenés todas esas ideas en tu mente y todas esas pesadillas en tu mente que te van volviendo loco hasta un punto en que el inconsciente se vuelve consciente. Así que ¡fua! Qué bien que lo explica, boludo. Qué bien que explican las cosas. Qué bien que lo explican. Vamos.
They're pouring in from everywhere. This is crazy.
You do not have to fight every enemy you encounter, Raiden. Try and keep moving.
Get off!
Nice of them to blow open the door for me, yeah? Idiots.
Vamos que se puede. Ahí va. Ahí va. Otra vez se le verá la concha a su madre. Pero bueno, ahora que tengo esto es un poquito más fácil.
All these sliders in the area. Perhaps they could be put to use.
Dios, qué espectacular todo esto.
Keep climbing like that. It will be much easier for you. Good, Raiden. Yes.
Right away's up now, yeah? Almost there. I have just finished analyzing the latest security data.
Como
You should
mola,
find
eh?
an indoor garden up ahead.
A garden? Sounds fancy.
A Japanese garden, to be precise. It is an area set aside for VIPs. Apparently, one of World Marshall's directors is a rather serious Japanese culture enthusiast.
All right. So what's this got to do with me? Is there something I need from the garden?
Not at all. You need only pass through that area to arrive at a freight elevator. I found a route to the elevator controls through the unit we hijacked downstairs. I have located the server room as well. You can reach it via the freight elevator.
Great work, Doc.
Elementary, my dear Raiden. Now, head for the garden.
¿Cuántos hay, boludo? Ah, falta este kill.
They found you!
Vamos acá.
The main exit is sealed. I very much doubt you can get through there. The catwalk above you was connected to a corridor meant for transporting materials. You can take that to the elevator.
Ahí va, uno menos. De la concha de tu madre. Dios, la puta madre, esos orangutanes de mierda.
They found you! The main exit is sealed. I very much doubt you can get through there. The catwalk above you was connected to a corridor meant for transporting materials. You can take that to the elevator.
Prefiero irme, pero es de a poquito. Jodeme la concha de tu madre. La verdad prefiero luchar contra un orangután solo que con uno, la verdad. Dale, puto, salí. Dios santo.
All right, follow the catwalk straight ahead to reach the elevator.
My apologies, Raiden. I seem to have fallen behind.
No worries. Actually, I should thank you.
What are you talking about?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten Jack back.
Then, that is your true nature.
More or less. Still interested?
I find no reason to alter my objectives. From the moment we met, you have acted on emotional urges. You speak of protecting those weaker than you. Such people number in the billions. It is impossible. You cannot save every human being in the world. You cannot save every street child. After extended observation, I have come to a conclusion. Your actions are rooted in affinity for those from similar circumstances as yours.
Huh. Guess so. Not much of a superhero after all, huh?
However, your emotional status is understandable. Perhaps I share this same affinity.
Well, if that's what you feel, then glad to have you along.
Roger.
Cómo me está gustando este juego, Dios mío.
You can reach the server room via the freight elevator just ahead.
Ahí va. La cortadora loca, trofeo. Va, logro conseguido en realidad. La cortadora loca. ¡Ay, se pone loquita! Puta madre. Dios, como odio estos bichitos, Ay, me mató el otro, la concha. Me mató el otro, la concha de tu madre. Puta que lo parió. Puta madre. Vas a quemar un espacio re chiquito. Bien. Puta madre. Pero pegale a normal.
Look up, Raiden! Another freight platform! Look out! Incoming!
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
Más que me quede a nada de vida también, boludo.
Look up, Raiden! Another freight platform! Look out! Incoming!
Hijo de puta. Wow, boludo, ya Blade Wolf.
Jump to that adjacent platform. Odd. The platform is losing speed. Scheiße! The tripods are interfering. Raiden, clear them out of the shaft. Do not let them block the elevator.
Uf. Y dirigirse a los pisos superiores.
They are deploying security from the top floor to the freight elevators. You pass to the server room leads right through them.
rooms ahead?
Yes, according to what I have here.
What should I expect to find? If they're VR training those brains, I'm guessing it won't look like your typical IT department.
Quite right. Most of it
Yo
will
creo
likely
que
be
por acá lo voy a
occupied by life
dejar
support units.
porque
Feeding
ya me está
oxygen and
ganando el
nutrition to the
sueño,
brains I
Me
have
parece
stored,
que
you
es
know.
un downer para
They
otro
will
día.
also need a server to feed them the VR data, but in terms of structure, it's really more brain storage and maintenance than a
Sundowner para
server.
otro día, la verdad.
But no doubt it makes a convenient euphemism for what they are really doing there.
Yeah, like how CIA agents refer to where they work as the company.
Indeed. Something like that would never arouse the suspicions of rank-and-file staff who may hear it. And I'm sure those complicit in this operation feel better not calling it the VR training room. Even something so simple as a name can help one ignore the truth of what they are doing. Truly fascinating how the human brain works.
So this, whatever room, that's where Sundowner's waiting, right? If he wants a fight, I wish he'd just get on with it. He didn't seem the type to run and hide.
Well, he is in charge of security, but I suspect this is not about business. If I had to guess, I would say he is toying with you, testing you, perhaps.
Whatever he's doing, it won't change what's going to happen once I finally catch up with him. Miss Charles? She's...
No. A spare body, if I had to guess.
No me jodas.
Likely controlled by an AI.
¿En serio otra vez esta tipa? Doble de Michal. ¿Le hicieron un doble a esta tipa? ¿En serio? Joder. No me quejo porque su música me encanta, pero... Qué loco. Ah, tiene un montón de dobles. Ah, pero ¿cuántos crearon, boludo? Esto sí es muy Metal Gear Solid 4. Estas cositas así. Ah, me agarro con esa mierda. Ay, fuck, me dejé llevar por un golpe y casi la cago, ¿eh? No, la puta.
And a spare monsoon? Well, if it's AI controlled, it should pose no problem for you, yes?
Yo, ¿en serio?
Cannot be. Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be
No me esperaba el doble de este hijo de puta. No me esperaba el doble de este hijo de puta, boludo.
What? Miss Charles? She's...
No. A spare body, if I had to guess. Likely controlled by an AI.
thermal suit? Well, if it's AI controlled, it should pose no problem for you, yes?
Uno que es un poquito más sencillito que el otro, pero bueno, así es un dolor de pija. Ay, fuck. No, lo que le quedaba. O sea, a Mistral la sé hacer, pero boludo.
If I had to guess, likely controlled by an AI.
cyborg soon? Well, if it's AI controlled, it should pose no problem for you, yes?
No, la concha de tu madre.
No! Raiden!
Me faltaba muy poquito, qué forro. La parte de los creos no me debería de costar mucho, pero joder,
What? Miss Troll? She's...
No. A spare body, if I had to guess. Likely controlled by an AI.
Concha de tu hermana.
repair monsoon? Well, if it's AI controlled, it should pose no problem for you, yes?
Madre, ¿cómo hace para darme si le doy el momento justo? No, la concha. Se queda siempre lo mismo, hijo de puta. Joder, tenían que reciclarlo doble, me cago en la puta. Joder, macho, me está demorando más de lo que creí esta mierda, ¿eh?
What? Miss Charles? She's...
No. A spare body, if I had to guess. Likely controlled by an AI.
Esto no es un problema, el problema viene con el otro ahora.
thermal suit? Well, if you stay on control, it should pose no problem for you, yes?
El macho no hace lo que se tiró para parrear. Ahí tenés, puto. Por favor que se pare. ¡Ahí está! ¡Ahí está! Hijo de puta, un simple clon me sigue jodiendo la existencia.
Don't disrupt the students while class is in session. I believe you're familiar with the lesson plan. The same regimen you went through in Liberia. Effective program. Just look how you turned out. Of course, running it in the real world just got a bit too complicated. Doing it virtually, though, no fuss, no muss. Straight to the brain. It's like a dream. Well, maybe dream is the wrong word. They can kill some POWs, some civilians. They enjoy it, though. We give their pleasure centers a nice big jolt every time. Plus, they get a shiny new body as a graduation present. Another thing you have in common. I chose this. They're kids, you son of a bitch. And kids are cruel. All people are by nature. They just lose touch with it as they get older. Start thinking they know right and wrong. That's immoral. War crime this, code of conduct that. Kids, you can mold. Manipulate into performing all kinds of atrocities. And there's nothing like a good atrocity to keep a war going. That's why I'm shutting you down. You just don't see the bigger picture, do you? Say you bring this whole place down. Waltz out of the rubble with all these precious brains. Nothing changes. All the guys in charge are long gone, and we've got offices around the world. We're just suppliers. We don't create the market for war.
And who does? The Patriots are gone.
Those guys just manage the war economy. They didn't invent it. Did you think every battle in history was all part of some big old conspiracy? Bullshit! War is just part of who we are. Why fight it? Anyway, none of this will matter in 3 hours. Demand for PMCs is about to skyrocket. Like the good old days after 9/11.
What are you talking about?
Not here. Follow me.
Raiden, get Sundowner. Do not lose him this time.
Vamos a por Sundowner y listo.
How's this, Jack? We can play up here without damaging the merchandise.
What happens in 3 hours?
Don't matter. You're too late. Even at Mach 2, you wouldn't make it. And killing you is gonna take some time. Slow and painful.
El dolape.
Like I said, kids are cool, Jack. And I'm very in touch with my inner child.
Esto va a costar.
You can be cooler than that, Jack.
This can't be
Oh,
happening.
pasa que
Raiden?
bueno, estuve con una vida de mierda de antes, con razón.
You can be cooler than that, Jack.
Me parece como un samurai triple. Me gusta mucho el diseño de Sundowner.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
Can't lay a finger on me.
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden! Damn it!
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Vas a ver lo que cuesta el caso. Lo de uso. Aunque cuesta, con eso de que tiene explosivos en su escudo.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that ship. Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
Por macho.
Can't lay a finger on me. In your blood.
Hola, por cierto, esta fue la cosa del torneo. Perdí la primera ronda y después la segunda ronda de los perdedores. Pero bueno, por lo menos di una buena pelea. Estoy feliz de eso. Jugué con gente que son todos de eSport y pude ganarle un round a uno que sabe competir en competiciones de verdad. Así que estoy bastante feliz con eso. ¿Y cómo estás? Hotel, bienvenido por cierto. Estoy acá un poco con el Metal Gear, la verdad. Que me están cantando ahora. Ay, qué puto. Aprendiéndome los patrones de este bot. Fuck. ¿Cómo me aprendí de este golpe todavía? Sí, por la verdad muy bien. ¡Oh!
Keep your blade away from that shield.
¡Ah, la puta madre!
Cannot be! Raiden, what's happening? You're supposed to be stronger than this!
¡Qué puto! Igual quiero hacer este boss y terminar el capítulo e irme, pero... Mamita querida.
away from the shield. Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
Puta madre, cómo rompe la bola spameando esta mierda. Igual es fácil, más o menos. Solo le vas un poco por atrás y listo. Tengo que tener cuidado con esto, pero... Es más difícil. Tal cual. ¡Au! Bueno, no griten tan exagerado. Tengo el poder del respawn.
Explosive round. Right. Keep your blade away from that shield.
Vale, para. Que esto está dificilito. Pero puta que te parió. Bueno, puta que te parió.
Explosive armor. Right. Keep your blade away from that shield. Better not talk.
Dios, diseño este boss me encanta. Está muy bueno la verdad. Hijo de tu mamá, con ese escudito de mierda.
Explosive armor. Right. Keep your blade away from that shield. Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
Puta madre, boludo. suicida y sos paraguayo, ¿y por qué lo saltaste? Y que estoy tratando de golpear a este tipo, ¿no? Puta madre. ¿Cuánto rango tiene esa mierda? Tu slow tu hermana.
Explosive arm. Right. Keep your blade away from the shield.
Don't fuck with me, Jack! Can't lay a finger on me! Come on! Try!
Ah, lástima.
Raiden! Raiden!
Matar que mató al presidente. Sí, sí, es verdad. Y era primer ministro igual, pero sí. Al político. Puta madre. Es re difícil el tipo,
You can be
¿eh?
crueler than that, Jack.
Pero ¿cómo? Puta madre, ahora me pega con todo. Qué hijo de puta.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Explosive arm. Raiden, keep your blade away from the shield.
Can't break this shit, Jack. Now you got it. I'm fucking invincible!
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you
Pero
can
qué
only hit
pelotudo
the
que
right
soy.
spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
La puta madre.
Can't break this shit, Jack.
Venía re bien, boludo. La mierda que hace naranja me rompe las bolas. Esa mierda que hace. Ahorita sí que esto es superioridad. Joder, macho. Ah, creo que ya sé más o menos cómo activar eso. Ay, no me dio tiempo a esquivarlo.
Right, keep your blade away from the shield.
No, qué pelotudo soy.
Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
No, puta madre. Esta mierda de la espalda, no sé cuándo.
What? Raiden? No! No! Raiden!
Fue jugador de rugby en Mario de Estados Unidos.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
A ver, vamos a ver qué puedo. Pero puta madre, boludo. Me quiero concentrar. la concha de tu madre. No me la esperé. Está, la pierdo. Boludo, es imposible este tipo. Déjate de joder. ¿Cómo cuesta este hijo de puta?
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
Oye.
You can be crueler than that.
Hijo de mil puta. Pero ¿cómo me agarra con esa mierda? Dale.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
Pero boludo, es imposible esquivar esto. Ahí está. Es con un salto. Me sacó mucha vida, la puta madre, boludo, es imposible esto.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Pero sí.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
No, me equivoqué. Ah, ya sé. Ya sé con qué le...
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
Me parece que no se va a poder.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Ah, yo soy pelotudo,
Keep your blade away from that shield. Your body.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
A ver.
Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield. Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
Imposible.
Can't be happening. Raiden?
Imposible, boludo. Imposible.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
De poquito creo que lo voy haciendo así porque si no... hijo de puta. Odio ese ataque que hace. Que te carga directamente con el escudito ese de mierda. Ay, no, qué boludo. Bueno, aún se puede, aún se puede. ¡No! 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 Soy idiota.
Show you where to attack, so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun. What's wrong? Answer me! Raiden! Raiden!
Oh. Boludo, es imposible matarlo.
You can be cooler than that, Jack. You can be cooler than that, Jack. You can be cooler than that, Jack.
Saqué bastante vida igual. De buena esta primera. ¡Ah, no! ¿Yo soy idiota o me hago? Pero a puta madre. No, es que es imposible este tipo, o sea. Porque no le ganó a un jefe alto. A ese nivel no voy a llegar, boludo.
away from that shield.
Yo soy imbécil,
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
Can't lay a finger on me! I'm fucking invincible!
What's wrong? Answer me!
Ay,
Raiden! Raiden!
Dios mío, si ya esto es imposible, no me quiero imaginar el resto.
You can be crueler than that, Jack. Can't lay a finger on me!
La concha de tu reverenda puta madre.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield. Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
Can't lay a finger on me!
Pero ¿cómo? Lo estaba esquivando. Pero te lo estaba esquivando, maldita sea. No, yo soy idiota. Bueno, el helicóptero me tiene un poco también la bola por el piso, ¿eh? Todo se ha dicho. Pero ¿cuándo iba a hacer esa mierda? Pero ¡ay, Dios! Hay que tener cuidado. ¡No! ¿Cómo me dio esa mierda? Pero la puta madre. Joder, macho. No venía tan mal. La puta que lo remil parió. Porro de mierda. Pero dale, deja de repetir esa mierda. Dale, ¿cómo que le pegué a esto? Yo soy pelotudo también.
analyze it for you.
No, yo
Show
soy
you where
idiota,
to that's not detonate. If you can only
Yo
hit
soy
the right
idiota.
spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun.
¡Oh!
You're supposed to be stronger than this.
Forro de mierda, hijo de mil puta.
You can be crueler than that, Jack. You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Si no hacer esto es una muy buena estrategia.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from the shield.
Hasta que la cago con esa idiotez. No puede ser, boludo. Voy bien.
Your body should end.
La concha de tu puta madre, forro.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Sí, es imposible en serio, ¿eh? No, es imposible, boludo, es imposible. Es imposible. Casi la acaba ahí. Pero a puta madre, por culpa del helicóptero este de mierda. ¡Pero la puta! ¡Ay Dios!
You can be crueler than that, Jack. You can be crueler than that, Jack.
¿Pero cómo mierda esquivo eso?
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Feliz.
Don't fuck with me, Jack. I'll bleed in your blood. You can be crueler than that, Jack.
¡Oh!
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Explosive armor. Raiden, keep your blade away from that shield.
La puta que te remil parió. Me saca un huevo el forro este de mierda, hijo de mil puta. Forro. Idiota. ¡Ay, Dios!
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Pero deja de repetir esa mierda.
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
¡Ay, Dios!
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
¿Me vas a repetir todo el tiempo esa mierda?
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Aunque es bastante vulnerable en los aéreos, por lo que veo. Pero la concha, ¿cómo puede ser? No, 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 no. Oh shit. No.
Raiden! Raiden!
You can be crueler than that, Jack.
Si no me había pegado tantas veces antes, seguramente lo hacía. Ah, qué boludo. Yo también, pero bueno, aún estoy en carrera. Concha. Pero la puta madre, ¿cuántas veces lo vas a repetir? Forro de mierda, hijo de mi puta. Pero la puta que te parió. La puta madre, si no son las cosas con otra. Forro de mierda, hijo de mi puta. Pero la puta madre, soy idiota yo también. Qué buen combo ahí. Por ahora estamos en la misma vida. Decía la puta. Pero la puta madre. ¡Ay, Dios! ¡Es imposible! No le voy a poder ganar nunca.
You can be crueler than that.
Hola Chris, bienvenido. Estoy acá puteando con este hijo de mi puta. Otra vez, dale, haceme cuántas veces lo que repetir. A ver, dale. Dale, a ver, dale. A ver, una más, dale. Bueno. Bueno, ya empezamos con el escudito explosivo de mierda. De la puta madre. Forro de mierda. Pero qué forro.
Raiden, respond! Raiden! Raiden!
¡Ay, Dios! Es imposible, es imposible, es imposible. Pero dale, esta carga no sé cómo esquivarla. Pero la puta madre. ¿Cuánto saca con esa mierda, boludo? Que cuando les digo que es imposible, es que es imposible, No miento, o sea.
your blade away from the shield.
Pero dale, ¿por qué se queda quieto el pelotudo de Raiden ahora? Pero, ay Dios, sos un pelotudo, Raiden. Es imposible. Es que es imposible, loco. Es que es imposible. Es imposible. Es imposible. Es imposible. No se le puede bajar. Es imposible. Es imposible.
Raiden, keep your blade away from the shield. Come on!
Ah, cuando lo acaba con algunos ataques le puedo castigar con la alabarda. Eso lo sé. Ay, yo soy pelotudo ahora, pero no me saco tanto por suerte.
Your body should analyze it for you. Show you where to attack so it does not detonate. If you can only hit the right spot with your blade, maybe you can drop his gun. Fucking invincible! Can't break this shit! Too slow! I'm fucking invincible! Can't break this shit! Now you got it!
Carajos pasó. No, 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 no. Jódeme que sí. Jódeme que sí. Jódeme que sí. 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 Sí, la concha puta de tu madre. Vámonos. Ahora cinemática, pero creo que sí. Joder, macho, ¿cómo costó este forro? ¡Ay, la puta que te reparió! Bueno, ahora esto sigue. Bueno, pero por lo menos ya está el punto de control. Bueno, boludo. O sea, no me acordaba de esto. Bueno, pero por lo menos ahora tengo la subida, me parece. Sí, perfecto. Perdón, Chris, que hayas tenido que ver una faceta ragueada de mí, pero no podía contra este puto, boludo. Ay, boludo, ¿hasta cuánto es? Me estoy comiendo todos los daños. Sí, esto lo voy a disfrutar. Tomá, hijo de puta, te voy a cortar en 1000 pedazos. Tomá, puto, tomá. Ahí tenés, porro. Ahí tenés, ahí tenés. Hijo de puta. Ahí tenés.
What happens in 3 hours?
He'll launch Operation Tecumseh.
Who? Armstrong?
I've already said too much. I have a call to make.
Got yourself shaving?
Asshole. He's good. Real good.
Joder. El juego me encanta, pero mamá, tiene sus cosas. Y
Well, you get your wish. Up to you now.
Raiden here. I've taken Marshall HQ.
Yeah. I have just entered Denver airspace. I will be there soon.
Hurry.
Right. What Sundowner said.
I know. Anything that'll rival 9/11 cannot be good.
And in 3 hours, maybe less. He said even Mach 2 could not get there in time.
If he was serious, that's over 4,000 miles away.
4,500. So whatever it is, it's not happening on American soil.
If it's gonna spike demand for PMCs, it's gotta be a political hotspot. A coup or civil war in a stable region wouldn't have a domino effect.
And they'd want to draw in a superpower. No.
What?
The president. He's on his way to Pakistan. If something happens to him there...
Oh, shit. The War on Terror Part 2.
Contact the military.
Official channels are frozen since Mexico. Unofficial channels will take too long.
Besides, what's our proof? Who's gonna believe us over World Marshal?
Then we have to get there first.
Невозможно! Impossible!
It is the other side of the planet. Even if we were in the world's fastest jet right now, it's not even close.
Hold up. It's not a jet we need.
Courtney?
An RLV would make it with time to spare.
That's...
Mach 23 if we're talking 1 atmosphere. 17,650 miles per hour.
That would make Pakistan in under half an hour.
Right. Contact Solus.
Ahí está. Ahora sí me puedo ir a dormir tranquilo. Puta madre. Oh. Ah. Me quedó... O sea, pensé que no lo hacía, les juro, porque me quedaba como 11%, una cosa así, de vida. Pero cómo pegaba el puto. Perdonen que ragué nuevamente. Perdonen que ragué. ¿Qué se espera futuro? Ah, mejora de salvo que está en... A ver si puedo personalizar algo. Hostia, el traje de Metal Gear Solid 4 me lo pondría, solo por el... como... me lo pondría, pero por la nostalgia de cuando jugué el juego por primera vez con mi colega. Bueno, el de Grey Fox también es muy bueno. Pasa que, bueno, sí, me lo voy a comprar porque me gusta mucho el traje de Metal Gear 4. Arma principal... Katana Fox... No me... Aparte no me gusta el diseño tanto como esto. Tenazas... bueno, vamos a probarlas. Equipado. Para el Metal Gear Solid 4 voy a tener que jugarlo cuando tenga una capturadora y comprar el juego, porque por ahora no hay una versión de PC, por desgracia.
Cargo's all set to go, sir.
Excellent. Commencing takeoff in semi-auto mode.
Pero por el momento después quiero jugar al Metal Gear 1 y 2 sin Solid. El Solid 1, Solid 2, Solid 3 y los de PSP están disponibles. Y el 5.
Solus has been conducting test flights almost every day for the last 6 months. As long as we're not breaking atmosphere, they said they can reroute today's flight no problem.
Amazing. The Earth is the cradle of humanity, but mankind cannot stay in the cradle forever.
I'm only going as far as the thermosphere. This thing can't pass the Kármán line. That lunar vacation will just have to wait.
And here I was hoping you might bring me back a monolith.
Y el 5 me quiero comprar el Phantom Pain por el online y el Ground Zero descargarlo. Cuando haya una próxima rebaja, me compro el Phantom Pain. También lo puedo ir descargando para el modo historia, cuando pueda me lo compro. Pero sí o sí va a caer el Metal Gear 5, me gusta mucho también.
But not strong enough to take out the drone. Here they come.
I'll handle this.
Raiden, have a nice flight.
And people say Germans aren't funny.
Y los alemanes no son graciosos. Tremenda cinemática,
There it is. All right, bring the chopper around.
Pero Raiden tiene una calidad, boludo. Aguanta, boludo. Aguanta. Aguanta, hermano. ¿Cómo partió la nave a la mitad, boludo? Ay, mierda. Boludo, siempre esquiva todo con la barbilla, este hijo de puta. Se tendría que haber cortado. No.
I am sorry, my friend. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten.
Un recanchero.
That was quite the fall, Raiden. I'm glad to see that you are all right. It's time you got out of Denver.
Hermano. Bueno. Ah, ya, eso sí está. Ah, qué lindo comentario, muchas gracias. Qué lindo comentario.
Raiden, are you all right?
I can handle this. You just get those brains out of here.
And what will you do?
Get out of here and to the launch site.
Ah, the young ladies' company, yeah? How fortunate they are in Colorado, too.
Yeah. Shouldn't take more than 2 hours with a set of wheels. Guess I'll just have to borrow some. A lot of cars got abandoned when the evac order came down.
But won't the roads be blocked? If you are struck by one of those missiles, or...
I know. Let me just worry about putting some distance between me and World Marshal, and what's left of it.
Escapar de Denver. Ouch. No me gustan mucho las espadas esas, son un poco muy lentas. O sea, están bien, pero están muy lentas. Me gusta más la alabarda, sinceramente. A ver, lo bueno que puedo equiparme acá, alabarda. No sé, me gusta más. Electrolitos. No sé, en cuanto llegue a un punto de guardado o le hable a la doctora, ya lo corto por acá. Esa espada corta letal como si fuera papel. Es la idea. Dios, la música está mejorando un montón, ¿eh? Au, puto. Otro brazo. Get Rango A.
Raiden, hurry! It may be an RLB, but it still needs time to accelerate and decelerate from first cosmic velocity.
Quiero cortar la sandía de forma épica.
30 minutes to get to Pakistan.
¡Ay! Pedacitos para todos. Pedacitos para todos. Pedacitos para todos. Es muy divertido hacer esta tontería. ¿Me estoy olvidando de algo? O sea, es genial porque cualquier cosa la puedo romper a cachito. Si lo destruyeron antes el enemigo está Raiden, sí que reacciona. Viale se va a arrepentir si le decía algo a Raiden. Sí, ¿no? Bueno. ¿Quién queda? Ah, queda este puto. Au. Oh, qué buena. Como maté a todos ahí. Hasta en modo furia. Al macho. Maldito bicho volador. Ahí tenés.
I've located a route with relatively light security. I will mark the heading on your Soliton radar.
Ah, por acá hay algo que se me olvidó. Nanomachines para curarme, perfecto, está perfectísimo.
Please don't kill me.
¿Eh? ¿Cómo me vio? Ah, porque me dio este puto. Aquí por acá entonces.
Raiden, I will join you in Pakistan. I will find a way to exit the helicopter. Proceed out of the city. I will contact you when I am on the ground.
El orangután este puto. Ahora los monos no son un problema. Al principio sí, ahora no.
You have escaped the pursuit?
Seems like it.
You have passed the last of the barricades. Save your strength. Find a vehicle.
Right.
La chopera, qué grande Raiden. I need you to thank Sanger for your cooperation. Escape de Denver. Creo que ahora se viene. Ahora se viene Jetstream Sam. Si quieren nos quedamos. O sea, al final me estoy requedando porque es. Joder, mancho, al final me está enganchando.
I am out of Colorado airspace and nothing on the radar.
Good. I'm almost there.
El samurái del buen culo. El samurái enculado.
Right. Having a little heart-to-heart?
I have analyzed his words and actions. I am unable to ascertain his motivation.
Fancy meeting you here.
You knew I'd come. I suppose I should thank you for not killing everyone at the launch site.
Well, not if you say it like that.
For a hired killer, you're not very good at your job.
The war is the big payoff.
Right. Big raises all around once World Marshal gets all those contracts.
I'm not talking about money, Jack. I'm talking ideals.
Excuse me?
Forget it. We've both heard enough speeches about higher causes by now. History will decide who's right. End of story.
Me encanta que se van para no romper la moto, ¿sabes?
And I've got cause enough for killing you.
Huh? Oh, good. Why, that's very good. Yes, I like that.
Must you really fight?
Don't interfere.
This is between us.
And it ends here.
Okay. Let's dance.
De las mejores canciones del puto juego. Listo, verga ahí. Pues nos vemos. Pues ustedes muchas gracias por venir. Ahora lo voy a hacer después de esto seguramente. Bueno, no estuve tan mal para la primera vez, más o menos, ya le tengo más o menos agarrados los puntos, así que... there will be blood. I'm not in the middle of no secret, the only one left. Pokemon take, don't give us what they take. Oh my God, will be blood. Ah, qué puto. Esta vez voy mejor, Se hace más o menos como... Más o menos ya le tengo agarrado la mano, pero es como que... boludo. Yo no sé cómo, a este no sé cómo hacerle parry. hijo de puta. Qué buena. Qué puta madre. Qué puta madre. ¿Cómo ataca de ataque? Ah, creo que ya más o menos sé cómo castigarle, ¿eh? Pero me está gustando esta pelea, no es como la otra que por lo menos... Esta pelea es justa. Vale, ya sé cuándo castigarlo. Cuando termina alguno de sus ataques. Pero es complicado a veces. Ese me da siempre, boludo, es increíble. A ver, pegame. Hijo de tu mamá. Otra vez me da con esa mierda. Es difícil de parar eso, Hijo de tu mamá, siempre me da con esta, Y ahora se volvió más impredecible. ¡Pará! Boludo, se volvió más impredecible en esta fase. Yo como paro ese golpe. Fue un buen show. Ah, esa es nueva. A ver. puta. Hijo de puta. Hijo de puta. Joder, cuando entra así como en segunda fase es dificilísimo, joder, macho. Joder, macho, que es re difícil.
Just do a kneecap.
Ah, esa es la estrategia. Ese golpe de arriba, no sé cómo lo esquivo. No sé cómo hacerlo para esquivarlo. No sé cómo hacerle parry a este, boludo.
What's wrong? Answer me! Raiden! Raiden! Just do what needs.
Ah, pensé que le podía castigar, pero no. Vamos. ¡Hostia puta!
Walk right into it!
You don't know what is the reason I'm standing here holding my breath.
They will not
Menos mal que me curé. Puta madre, boludo. No entiendo cómo esquivar esa, de verdad. Ahora empiezo con este combo que no sé bloquear. Ese golpe no sé cómo bloquearlo. Ese golpe no sé cómo bloquearlo. O esquivarlo. Hijo de puta. Que no sé cómo esquivarlo, te juro. Hijo de su madre. Vamos que se puede. Puta, lo parió. Puta, lo parió. Es peor sin la katana.
What happened? What is going on?
Es peor sin la katana.
Answer me. Raiden!
Es peor sin la katana, chabón.
Just do what needs.
La puta madre, boludo. Está re difícil.
Just do what needs, Jack.
Pero concha de tu puta madre, boludo. Pero si me estoy alejando. Y el tema del parry no lo entiendo todavía porque... Que me para algunos golpes y otros no. Hijo de puta. Ah, ya sé. Si me entrecruzo lo para. Okay. Dale, qué hijo de puta. Si quieres agarrar la mierda, ahí va. Porque no sé cuándo atacar tampoco. Porque siempre está haciendo ataques. Que no entiendo cómo hacerle parry a este señor. Puto, me agarró en el combo la concha de su madre. Saltando puedo esquivar mucho el combate. No, ese no. Estuvo buena. ¿Cómo carajo te esquivará este golpe?
What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden! Damn it!
Just do what needs.
Ah, no sirve. Boludo, re difícil esta pelea, ¿eh? La puta. ¿Cómo puede ser que me decís un ahora con eso? Joder, macho, ¿cuánto rango tiene ese ataque de mierda del de arriba? Porque ese no es el único que no puedo parar. La puta que lo parió. No iba tan mal, ¿eh? Vamos que se puede, ¿eh? Pero, puta madre, me elijan la madre ahí. La anterior no estuve nada mal. Boludo, ¿cómo hago para esquivar, boludo? Es imposible. Voy a dar mi primera colación. Pero ahora nomás el otro tanque, la puta madre. No paran de repetir eso ahora. Una vez más, y si no me iré a dormir, que a lo mejor es el sueño, que no necesito no ganar. Pero querés darle parry, raiden, boludo. ¡Wey! ¿Hasta cuánto? Ahí se parry, no sean falsos. ¿no? Que intentando pares está bueno. Le estoy dominando un poco el parry. ¿Hijo que te parió? ¿Cómo me defiendo de eso? ¿Pero cómo me defiendo de ese agarre? ¿Cómo me defiendo de ese agarre? No, pasa que quiero ver si puedo matar a este nomás. Porque me está enganchando.
Cannot be! Raiden, what happened? You're supposed to be stronger than this!
Le pide 500 todavía. Pues tengo que hacerlo todavía, pero... Es que en realidad quería seguir un poco más, pero no sabía que sería tan complicado. Ahí entendí, pero no vi la pelea. Ah, porque no la pasó al final. Pensé que pasaban las peleas y no, solo pasaron X peleas. Igual super perdida, así que... A ver. Uff. Aún no ni me fui a dormir y aún sigo. Acá con el puto de Jet Stream. Uff. Pero buenas de nuevo. Ay, concha. fue de las armas de fuego donde dejé de sigilo? Sigilo tiene el juego, Chris. Sigilo tiene el juego. Eso de que fue las armas del sigilo. El juego tiene sigilo y armas de fuego. Y tiene militares. Es un Metal Gear. Solo que se inclina por otro lado, pero sigue siendo Metal Gear. Los elementos los tiene. De hecho hubo dos partes que si no las hacía con sigilo no las pasaba. No entiendo, no hace parry el boludo este. Ahora. Joder, macho. Joder, macho, que es re difícil, boludo. Joder, mancho, qué hijo de puta. Ah, con el centro con R2. Puta madre. Uy, 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 uy. No. Bien, menos mal que tenía esta. ¿Por qué no hace el parry con todo? ¡Puta madre! Y a este como le pego, ¿sabes? Pero puta madre, no puedo hacer nada. Boludo, ¿cómo puede ser que te agarre tanto? Pero deja de repetir lo mismo. Pero todo el tiempo repite lo mismo, no se le puede pegar, boludo.
Maybe I misjudged. Not good enough.
He tratado de practicar su espada.
Show me a good time, Jack.
Pero no entiendo por qué se te la pasa. La puta que te remil.
What happened? What is going on? Raiden, answer me! Raiden!
Lo que no entiendo es cómo pegarle. Porque, o sea, todo bien, pero...
How long can you last?
La concha de tu hermana. Ah, más good, te vas a enterar. Está ahí la trampa.
That all you got?
No me va a dejar agarrarlo, ¿verdad? Ah, ya lo había agarrado.
What's wrong? Answer me! Raiden! Raiden!
Bueno, creo que lo voy a dejar hasta acá porque me está carcomiendo el sueño. Estoy jugando mal. Así que creo que Samuel lo voy a dejar para la próxima ya. Y bueno gente, espero que les haya gustado. Si les gustó le pueden dar like, comentar, suscribirse como siempre. Y nos vemos hasta la próxima. Adiós.